Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Monday, we are back. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And Kyle Ledbetter is back as well from his travelings across the great state. He was already home because if you're from California, it's all home, as we learned this past basketball season. But he was really home down in San Diego. And now Kyle Ledbetter is back, and we are taking you up to 2 p.m. Trades. Not just the NBA, Major League Baseball. The Giants taking a big swing. They are basically the example of, we didn't expect to be here, so we are going to make the most of it while we are here. They are 2 games back of the Dodgers. It seems like they'll be able to capture at the worst one of the wild card positions, and we know how the Giants get down when they get into the playoffs, even if it is wild card, right? Buster Posey, shout out to Buster Posey and ownership for taking on the contract of one Rafael Devers. I got a friend who is a huge Red Sox fan, and he was a bit confused as to what the Red Sox are doing as they were just starting to turn it around. But things had been weird for the Red Sox and Rafael Devers. He didn't want to play third base, or he only wanted to play third base. They brought in Alex Bregman, so there was some drama there. Rafael Devers has come out and said, I'll play anywhere in San Francisco. Maybe it was just time for a change, and the Red Sox understood that. So now we have a big bopper in San Francisco. I don't know how big of a bopper he'll be in Oracle Park, but as Dave and Jason Ross were talking about it, hey, if you can't convince guys to come here in free agency, you're just going to have to trade for them. And we say goodbye to a De La Salle great, Kyle Harrison. Kyle Harrison and I both went to that school out there in Concord, California, De La Salle. And, I loved watching him, got a chance to watch him with the River Cats as he was kind of finding his footing this past season. And now he's headed off to Boston, but them's the breaks. So we wish Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks the best in their careers. So we'll see what the Giants do. So we will break down those trades. Desmond Bane went for what? I was on the golf course yesterday, and shout out to my guys that I golfed with yesterday. Shout out to Morgan Creek where we went, and it was a good time. I wish I played better, but don't we all? That was a sign for me. It's time to get some lessons. It's just my wife for my birthday said, hey, I'll get you some lessons, and today was the day because I'm going to golf on the 4th of July. Between now and then, somebody's got to fix what's going on.
Hey, I know a guy who can give you affordable lessons for as often as you want, flexible schedules.
Oh.
I'll put you in contact.
Okay.
He's my roommate.
Oh.
I will put you in contact. He's a certified professional.
All righty. So yeah, I'm just not a consistent ball striker, and that's just what it comes down to. But we still had a ton of fun. But I'm on the golf course, and I see the trade, and again, I'm double checking: is this Shams Charania, or is there a is this a fake account? Because it was just a ridiculous trade.
You're saying it was a sham Charania?
That's what I thought. Nicely done. That's a 4. Breaking: the Memphis Grizzlies are trading Desmond Bane to the Orlando Magic for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks, 1 first-round pick swap. Sources tell ESPN. That's just Desmond Bane. That's insane.
So
that is insane, Kyle.
It's not exactly 4 unprotected first-round picks, but it is a very good deal for the Memphis Grizzlies.
It's crazy.
Even if it was 2 first-round picks, because basically one of them is going to be pick 16 this year.
Right.
We know that. One of them is not technically a first-round pick. It's we move up in a pick swap. But even if I call it 3 first-round picks and 2 pick swaps, plus KCP, plus Cole Anthony, that is a very, very good haul for the Memphis Grizzlies.
That trade tells me a couple things. Number one, that trade tells me that the league thinks that KCP is a washed-up certified bum. That's number one. And number two, I think it tells me that a DeMar DeRozan trade should net you closer to what we've been talking about here on this show and what Chris Biederman kind of put us on as far as, hey, some of these teams that don't get Kevin Durant, it puts me firmly on the overvalued DeMar DeRozan trade based on what these guys are trying to do. Desmond Bane, we didn't even know if we would have made a deal, obviously, I don't know, DeMar DeRozan for Desmond Bane. Let's just play that game. And we sat there and said, Desmond Bane, is he worth that type of money? What do the Magic think that Desmond Bane's ceiling is? We just watched Desmond Bane, and he's not going to be option one, right? So that's all fine and good, but you're paying Desmond Bane. We were talking about, obviously, Rafael Devers and the Giants. You're paying Desmond Bane $36.7 million, and he's 27 years old. You're paying him $36.7 next season, $39.4 the season after that, $42 million in 2028, and $44.8 million when he turns 30 in 28-29. Who do they think this guy is?
They do have some incentives in there that'll make it larger too, but man, it is a really, really interesting choice the Magic made. In defense of the Magic, which, not a lot of people are doing. So Desmond Bane, I saw a stat that said his three-point shooting numbers last year would have been the best three-point shooter the Magic have had since 2019. Mm-hmm. And the Magic were the worst three-point shooting team in the NBA last year. So the idea is like Desmond Bane is going to quote unquote fix their three-point shooting problem. And I was reading Kevin Pelton. He was basically like, with this move, the Magic are a top 4 team in the East next year between Indiana, Cleveland, whatever is left of New York after they do whatever with their coach and their roster. Mm-hmm. Orlando is probably a top 4 team. And maybe they look at the Mikal Bridges trade last year and say, that got the Knicks to the conference finals for the first time in 25 years. If we can get to the conference finals for the first time in 16 years, then the Desmond Bane trade would look like a success. And then if Paolo becomes a generational superstar and it's Paolo versus Wemby for 5 years, then we have a chance to go to the finals.
You're not wrong, right? And that kind of brings up something we're going to talk about on the show today, as NBA teams are starting to copy the model of teams that just have mid QBs, right? NBA teams are starting to copy what the Seahawks are attempting to do, what the Raiders are attempting to do with the Kirk Cousins of the world, the Geno Smiths of the world. Hey, let's just hang around and maybe we'll get hot, right? Because you never know what's going to happen. Every season, or for the last 2-3 years, a pretty lower seed has made a good run. The Pacers were the 4 seed? They're in the finals. Okay, you had the Minnesota Timberwolves as the 6th seed. They went to the Western Conference Finals. They lost, but teams are saying, I don't know that I want to tear it down. If we do head in that direction, that's all fine and good. But right now, let's just keep our heads above water, and you never know. Some things can just come together and we get hot and go on a run. And a big part of this is what we're learning, I think, as much as we kind of get on the Kings for all they want to do is make the playoffs, what we're learning is that a lot of these smaller market teams, they are being more honest with the fact that having a deep playoff run is good enough, right? And they're never going to tell you that because you're not going to go out there and spend your money. If they say, we kind of just want to get to the second round, right? They're not going to tell you that, but they're telling you that in the way that they're operating. And I don't know that it really bothers me. I think that when you're operating as if you just want to get out of the play-in, that's a problem. But these teams that are saying, I think to that point of the Orlando Magic, we're going to take a swing that is going to put us in the playoffs for the next 5 years. Will we win one? I don't know. And I don't know that Desmond Bane makes us a 1 seed. We're not in the Kevin Durant conversation, but we're going to be now we have a new model, right? We're going to be a Indiana Pacers 3 to 5 seed, and we're going to see what happens each and every season.
Well, I don't even know if it's necessarily a new model. I think the Timberwolves did this when they traded for Gobert, right? Yeah. It's the idea of we will go as far as our star player takes us, right? If Anthony Edwards is not one of the 3 best players in the NBA, then it doesn't matter. We're not going to be a championship contender. Orlando can say, we go as far as Paolo Banchero takes us, but what we're doing is putting him in a position to succeed, right? You've given him 2, I'd say, fringe all-stars that are both under 25 years old.
Right.
You have Jalen Suggs as a defensive point guard, Wendell Carter, bunch of draft picks. If you believe in Jonathan Isaac, he's still around there. So I guess the idea is we've given him competence. We've aligned the timeline, and Paolo, we go as far as you go, right? The Timberwolves said we go as far as Anthony Edwards goes. And look, the Timberwolves just made the conference finals back-to-back years for the first time in franchise history, right? By the standards of the Timberwolves, it was a hugely successful, validating decision. But the whole thing is revolving around Paolo, and I guess I respect Orlando saying, if we just give Paolo enough around him, he can make this thing work.
By the way, coming up in about 10 minutes, a little bit more than 10 minutes, about 15 minutes, I have a huge announcement. And if you were listening to the crosstalk, you might be able to read in between the lines as to what that announcement may be. It's also coming along with a game that we've been playing here at the station that one of the hosts has no clue. It's not the Truman Show, but it's basically everybody knows something at the station besides this person, and this is going to be a test to see how long we can make it. And I need the listeners, texters, nobody blow it, okay? Nobody blow it. But in about 15 minutes, I'm going to tell you, it's a big announcement. Also, the game we've been playing with one of the hosts here at the show who has no clue about the game that's being played and that he's a part of. So that's coming up in about 15 minutes. So you don't want to move for that one. And I think you're right, Kyle, on what you're saying as far as just get in the dance, right? Just get in the dance and see what happens. Now, speaking of getting in the dance and the Pacers seeing what happens, that was the first time the shoe was on the other foot for the Pacers. That was the first time, as they are now tied 2-2 going back to OKC, that they tricked off a lead. And we knew it was coming, right? And there's 2 ways to look at this now. You can look at it and say they'll be able to bounce back. It was just one game. Or you can look at it and say that was the series. 2 people, people are kind of breaking it down in a couple different ways. And I am basically on the side of they blew their chance. That's how I feel about it. Look, the Pacers, they've proved people wrong. Maybe they're just more comfortable as the underdog, and now they'll go to OKC, and now OKC has all the pressure. It's basically just trading pressure back and forth. But the Pacers, the last time we saw them in OKC, they got their doorbell rung. And I don't know that they're going to be able to power through this. Everybody, like I said, there's 2 sides to be on, Kyle. I don't know what side you're on, but I feel like they tricked off this finals in about the same 2-minute span that they got to the finals in a lot of different situations.
It's hard for me to say they tricked it off because nobody expected they would be here, right?
Right.
I wasn't here after game 3,
yes,
but I'm sure you guys talked all about wow, how shocking was it that in a tie game with 5 minutes to go, Indiana just pulled away and never looked back. And
right.
Benedict Mathurin had the game of his life, 26 points, and they won a game that I didn't think they were going to win at all in the series, right? Game 1, you can chalk that up to Tyrese Halliburton's dark magic.
Yeah.
Steals a game in Oklahoma City. I didn't think there would be a game where they dominated the game and controlled Oklahoma City and got a win, right? That was an earned game 3 win. I kind of looked at it by game 4 where Oklahoma City is obviously the favorites. They are by all numbers one of the great defensive teams of the last 25 years in the NBA. And as I was watching that 4th quarter, which by the way was, I'd say the most intense basketball experience I've felt in a year, right? That 4th quarter, it was legacies felt like they were on the line. It was 103-99, and Shea had a 3-pointer as the shot clock was winding down. And I just felt if he makes this, they will win. And if he misses this, they will lose the finals. Mm-hmm. And he buried it. And I was like, wow, that felt like it meant the world. And I guess I kind of looked at it like Oklahoma City's the better team. If they deserve to be, when they were down, I think it was like 10 points going into the fourth quarter, I said, if Oklahoma City deserves to be champions, they will win this game, right? Mm-hmm. If Oklahoma City is as good as I and many NBA pundits believe they are, they will find a way to win this game. Otherwise, Indiana deserves to win the NBA Finals because they will have taken both games at home and stolen a game in Oklahoma City that no one expected. So yeah. I'm more walk away impressed with Oklahoma City being able to flip the switch than it was Indiana tricked it off, because we know how great Oklahoma City was this regular season. Yeah, but it's the age old, you put yourself in a good situation that nobody thought you were going to be in, so does that count the same way, right? When a 16 seed is on the verge of beating a 1 seed in March Madness, Bethune-Cookman or whoever it is, they lose to Duke and they were up 10 in the second half. Did they blow it? Or is Duke just the better team and probably never should have been in that situation anyway? It's kind of similar to that. I think the difference is in March Madness, you don't have a reference to say, hey, we beat this team. We know we can beat this team, because you haven't probably seen a team as good as that 1 or 2 seed. The Pacers, they have beaten the Thunder before. So the idea that, they shouldn't be here or anything like that, they've kind of powered through that. They'd been playing as good or better than the Thunder. That's why they had the series lead. So I just don't see them winning tonight, but that's kind of where the Pacers feel the most comfortable. So we'll see what happens. I still think that it comes down to the supporting cast, as far as not the defense for the Thunder. That doesn't slump, but Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, what are you going to do? I think the way they drew it up in that game 4, Jalen Williams kind of keeping the Pacers honest and keeping the Thunder afloat, and then saying, okay, Shea, in the fourth, it's time for you to do what you do. I think that's how they want to play it. It's just a matter of, can Jalen Williams continue to kind of be that guy? So we'll see what happens here. We were talking about golf a little bit earlier. Speaking of golf, I might have, and this all ties into my big announcement in about 10 minutes now, but I might have a new favorite golfer, JJ Spawn. I mean, do I have to get into it? First of all, I don't know that I like that type of golf. I think it's really interesting. He won a very ugly U.S. Open out there in Pennsylvania, but he got it done, right? When guys are shooting +2 and they were even, he won at 1 under. I don't know that that's how golf pure. It's not like football, right? Oh, that's football. That ain't golf weather. I don't think purists would probably love that, but hey, JJ Spawn, he was able to power through and get the W. And Rory is still my favorite golfer, but JJ Spawn, when we break down who JJ Spawn is, he's got Allen. I got my Allen guys. He's got Allen written all over him. So a shout out to JJ Spawn. We're gonna have some fun in the 1 o'clock hour as well, as Stephen A got caught playing solitaire. Okay, during Game 4, he tried to get ahead of it and say that it was during a timeout, and he essentially lied, because not only did somebody have a picture, somebody else had a video. And the video, as far as what I'm seeing, I don't know how people doctor things, but it was a video of Stephen A looking down. I don't know if they necessarily caught him playing solitaire on the video, but there's a picture of Stephen A playing solitaire. Then there's a video of Stephen A seemingly on his phone during gameplay, as Stephen A tried to say that he was playing during timeouts, and someone said he could have been playing during halftime, and someone else said, well, he does the halftime show, so how could he be playing during halftime? So we'll have some fun with that. There's like 10 minutes of commercials during that halftime show. Like, it's like 4 minutes of analysis and 10 minutes of commercials. And look, everybody likes to bag on Stephen A. We understand how it is. The dude just signed. I mean, on top of that, the $100 million, that's just from ESPN. So we don't even know. I haven't even seen what the SiriusXM deal was, but $100 million, that's just from ESPN.
I have no clue what he gets paid for the Stephen A. Smith show, which he owns by himself.
Well, no, I think that one's iHeart. So
I just know it's on YouTube. I don't know. So the guy makes a ton of money, and he's kind of makes himself an easy target, but his numbers speak for themselves. But it's kind of a bad look. Regardless of whether you're a Stephen A. hater or not, you cannot be playing solitaire.
I don't want to give away the goods before we do the whole segment on it, but like I was out on the road for a lot of the weekend. So my Twitter habits were way down. Mm-hmm. But for me to immediately open Twitter, this is like at the end of the Pacers Thunder game. It's the first time I'd opened Twitter in like 2 days. And the first things to pop up are the Dumb and Dumber guys courtside at the NBA Finals wearing the Stephen A. Smith shirt and Stephen A. Smith playing solitaires. I was like, how is Stephen A. Smith able to take over the finals? Mm-hmm. How is he more of a story on the internet than the NBA Finals? It's so amazing.
Yeah. And look, I guess all content's good content, but I don't know that when we were in Chicago for that summit, there were a couple people that I met from the 4-letter network. And, I think they are moving towards the all publicity is good publicity. I don't know that they care how Stephen A. is viewed. Well, clearly they don't, because they gave him $100 million. But yeah, it wasn't a great look, in my opinion, for Stephen A. It's just, how bored do you have? It says one thing. Maybe he's not as busy as we think, right? Because how do you have time at a game to play solitaire? I'm thinking when I do a 5-minute hit with, and I know Stephen A. He's it's just second nature to him now. But I got a 5-minute hit with ABC 10 or CBS. I'm double checking, triple checking everything I'm doing. He is playing solitaire as he has to go on TV seemingly within the next 5 minutes or so. And it more so speaks to how can we take what you're saying seriously if you're not even paying attention?
I also feel like Stephen A. Smith is kind of like the rest of us, where just the attention span is just not there.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
look, he always talks about if he was in Miami, he wouldn't be playing solitaire. If he was in LA, he would not. He'd be trying to beef with LeBron again. He would not be playing solitaire.
I'm just saying, I think he's got the low attention span problem that all of us have going on. I just think he got
caught.
There was a stoppage in play, and he opened his phone, and he saw it was his turn on his solitaire game with whoever his friend is, and he just got lost in the sauce.
He definitely did. So Stephen A. He wasn't yelling at me at 7 a.m. today, but we'll see if he kind of speaks on it, because he's got to say something. Tried to get ahead of it, tried to market it on Twitter, but it was quite an interesting look for him. It's also a new look Magic team, as we mentioned at the top of the show, as they trade for one Desmond Bane. Could the Kings get a first for DeMar? Is that a crazy statement? Let's think about it like this. And we are essentially, we're not DeMar DeRozan apologists, but we also have a clip from DeMar DeRozan. He was on a podcast, and I do think that it's rough that it didn't work out for DeMar out here, or it hasn't worked out. We don't know that he's gone yet. But the guy is just a consummate professional, and the way that I've talked about him, just with his fit on the Kings, the way that Kings fans kind of talk about him, I just think that it was always going to be a bad fit, but I never want that to get in the way of us understanding how, number one, skilled this guy is at the game of basketball, and number two, just how much of a good, I don't know the guy, but just how much of a good guy and how passionate he is about the game of basketball. There were questions about his fit when he came out here. They tried to make it work anyway. They didn't even give them that much of a runway. And, Kings fans feel how they feel about DeMar DeRozan. But DeMar DeRozan on the Kings, I feel like, and I always talk about compartmentalizing things. DeMar DeRozan on the Kings is one thing. DeMar DeRozan, the basketball player, is another. And that's how I feel about it. The more I see him talk, the more I'm kind of, seeing who he is. It's just tough that it wasn't a great fit with the Kings. And that's what people initially thought, right? That's what people initially thought. And we tried to think otherwise. But if you're telling me, again, again, because I gotta reread this because I'm still processing this. And Kyle, you can sit there and say, well, they're, some of the unprotected. This is what Sham said. And Cole Anthony, we talked about DeMar for Cole Anthony. We had that conversation. We're talking about Desmond Bane here, not Ja. This sounds like if you covered Desmond Bane's name, you could honestly feel like that trade was for Ja Morant.
Yes, you most definitely could say that trade was for Ja Morant, which honestly tells me what is Ja Morant's value at this point?
I don't know. Now they broke the market, but that's why I'm bringing up DeMar DeRozan because I think this helps DeMar DeRozan because this completely breaks the market.
I think the market is dependent on how many DeMar DeRozan type players are going to get moved, which I don't know if Desmond Bane helps or hurts because now do the Grizzlies need a DeMar DeRozan? Like
they might.
Are we going to trade DeRozan for Cole Anthony, but now it's to the Grizzlies? Like I don't know what this move does for the Sacramento Kings.
And I know people get on Desmond Bane and his T-Rex arms, but seriously though, I don't think he is a shutdown defender. By any stretch of the imagination. He's not I don't think he's bad, but I only bring that up because when it comes to DeMar and what Desmond Bane went for, how different are they really? So we'll break all of that down in 3 minutes. Huge announcement you don't want to miss. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, brightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Get a great deal on your new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore. Great selection, great factory financing and incentive, and great Maida Chevy savings on every new Silverado in stock. Online at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Switch to Comcast Business Mobile and save hundreds a year on your wireless bill. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Comcast Business Internet required. Compares 2 unlimited intro lines and lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
So throughout the day, we will have opportunities for you to win a DeMar DeRozan jersey. Okay, and the key word today is merch, all caps, 916-339-1140. And we're not giving it away on the show, but text in, your number will get added to the system, and you will be contacted if you won the jersey. So 916-339-1140, text in merch, all caps, and DeMar DeRozan, his jersey could be yours. So here is the big announcement and kind of the follow-up to the big announcement. Just wanted to tell everybody in the spirit of Father's Day. It was a great Father's Day. We went to, look, man, Morton's Steakhouse. I just love Morton's. Morton's just, they get it done for me.
You love a good steakhouse in general.
I'm taking a red meat break after, yeah, I really do. But after, after yesterday and last week, I'm taking a nice little red meat break, maybe a week or something like that. But Morton's was incredible. Shout out to my wife for taking me, and it was a great time. Stop by my boy spot, Jose, legend has it. It was a great time. Get on out there. And in the spirit of Father's Day and all the fathers out there, I wanted to let everybody know that I will not be here the beginning of September because baby Stiles is getting a baby sister. So I will be a father of two. That is coming up beginning of September. We are very excited, and we've kind of been, waiting to tell people at least on the air per se. But I felt like, bleep it, today is a good day to do it because I'm just in a great mood due to Father's Day and celebrating. I was with a bunch of dads yesterday in the foursome when we played at Morgan Creek. So just really exciting stuff. And with that being said, the joke that is happening that I mentioned that is going on here at the station is that everybody knows my boss, a lot of the salespeople, obviously all the producers, all the hosts, except for Carmichael Dave. And the reason Carmichael Dave doesn't know is because every time I try to tell Dave, it's all about Dave. He cuts me off. He's talking about, some English biscuits that he made last week, whatever. So I said, screw it. I'm not going to tell Dave. And basically the hope, and I'm telling everyone here, and Dave could be obviously listening, right? Or his wife. And I don't know Dave's wife's name, but I know you are a fan of the show. So if you're listening, you got to keep this under wraps too. The goal is for us to get all the way to when I go on paternity leave, and I'm just not going to show up one day.
And Dave is not going to know what's happening.
And Dave is not going to know why Allen is not here. And then then he's eventually going to find out that my second child is born.
This has been a running joke for 2 months
since
now?
Since I told everybody here at the station, and everybody at the station has kept it under wraps pretty good. And yeah, Dave has no clue that I have number 2 coming. And today I almost broke when we were talking about the boy mom, girl dad, boy dad stuff. And I stayed strong. So I'm hoping I can stay strong. And I'm hoping everybody is in on the joke now, unless Dave happens to be listening. And if he is, then, hey, thanks, Dave, for listening to the show. But yeah, the hope is we can get all the way to September and I just dip.
Woo! Yeah. Congratulations, Allen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I guess, I was at my doctor and she said, "Oh, girl dad." I said, "Yeah, apparently, that's a deal. That's a deal." So, yeah, baby Stiles, she knows baby sister's coming. I don't know how much she understands, but enough to where I say, "Hey, can you stop jumping on mommy? There's somebody in there."
Yeah. And
somebody's home.
When the child pops out, I think baby Stiles is kind of at that age where it's like, she'll understand what's happening.
She'll understand.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't have a choice.
Yeah.
Because it's not about you now.
Yeah, but it's different because, my brother and me are only, 17 months apart, and my family always tells the story of, they brought my baby brother home for the first time,
Yeah.
and I was just like not interested.
Yeah.
Just like whatever, this thing is here.
Yeah.
Because I didn't understand.
Well, I have heard there's a difference between boys and girls in that way, that girls do tend to care more. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, just had to let everybody know. So that's coming up in September, and hopefully Dave won't know until September. So there you have it. That's the big announcement. Also, like I said, 916-339-1140. If you want a chance to win a DeMar DeRozan jersey, that giveaway is happening. Text in merch, all caps.
See, that's the funny thing is that so on the YouTube,
Yeah.
you know, there's familiar faces in there all the time. Just pulling them up there. Our guys Zach and Ward and Amadrock and Wayne and a bunch of other people are all saying, congratulations,
Right.
Alan. We're so excited. And then I switch over to the text line. It's just merch, 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 all up and down the text line.
Yeah.
So there's a dichotomy of responses right there from our face.
Well, we got a fun one here. 916 says, what a drama queen you are and an egomaniac. This has become a horrible radio program. I don't know who peed in your coffee, 916, but go touch grass.
There was one.
What is wrong with you?
There was that one comment with 20 merches
Yeah,
around
just
it.
merch,
It's
merch,
like-
merch. You are a drama queen and egomaniac. Merch, merch, merch.
Yeah, it's just 20
Yeah.
people texting in merch and then one person pooping on you for having a child.
Yes. And well, yeah. So I'm sorry, 916. Whatever happened to you?
Just
Maybe you're struggling.
Go over to the SAC chat. You know, our guy Brandon and Zach and Ward and all of our friends.
And maybe that's Dave.
They're all congratulating
Maybe that's
you.
Dave on. Maybe that's Dave. The 916 number is Dave.
Yeah. Well, let's match it up. I have his phone number.
There you
Let's
go.
see.
Sorry, 916. I'm sorry someone peed in your coffee. As we get back to the Grizzlies and whether or not they should rebuild, what the situation should be there. I mean, you make this deal. You have a ton of picks now. You have Ja Morant. To me, I think the Grizzlies made out. So I don't necessarily know that they have to rebuild per se. It's just a matter of you just need to get a equal player to Desmond Bane. And that's what I'm saying. Desmond Bane, listen here. 69 games he played, 19.2 points per game, 6.1 rebounds per game, 5.3 assists per game, 48% from the field, 39% from three-point range, 89 from the free throw line. I mean, the dude is a baller. Don't get me wrong, right? So, and to me, he's coming off of basically all his stats better than his career averages. More points, more rebounds, more assists. The only thing is, for a career, he shoots 41 from three, 41%. So he actually had a slightly down year from three. And as we know, you got to look at how many he's taking. This season, he took 6.1 threes a game, 6.1 3-point attempts a game. Okay. Last season, when they stunk, he only played in 42. He only started and played in 42 games. He averaged 23.7 points per game as well. So he is an incredible player. He is, I guess, as far as the timeline conversation is concerned, he's about to turn 27 at the end of June. So, I think he matches up with Paolo and Franz. I wouldn't call it a big three, but to me, the only issue is the price tag. That's the only issue to me.
But even in the price tag, it's all the picks that are so fascinating, right? Because Orlando gave up I think the two that people are stuck on are the weird pick swap thing next year, because without boring the people, basically what it was is that there was a 4-way pick swap between Washington, Orlando, Memphis, and Phoenix. And basically Washington would get the best of those 4 picks, Orlando 2, Memphis 3, Phoenix 4. All they did was just flip spots, right? So Memphis now gets the second of the 4 picks next year, which, if Washington and Phoenix both miss the play-in, means they have a shot at the number 1 pick in the lottery. So I guess in that sense, that pick was the one people were stuck on, and the 2028 and 2030 Orlando first rounders unprotected was a shocking trade. But outside of that, I mean, you said Memphis, they're kind of, booted and ready to go. I don't really think a team of Ja Morant, Jalen Wells, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, Jaren Jackson Jr., and Zach Edey is necessarily ready to take the West by storm. That feels like a play-in team right now.
No, but they just got four first rounders, and they can. To me, you can go find. And I don't think Ja and Kobe White would work, but you can go find 15 to 20 points per game. You can go find that player somewhere.
I guess, but the flip side is that going to be enough to get, like, do they package those picks for a bigger star, or is this the beginning of a longer tear down kind of situation, right? Because
that's what I'm saying. Tear down for what?
That's what I don't know. It's just the idea of we don't believe Ja Morant can be our number one, and therefore we're going to try and get another number one. I just don't know. It's a very interesting situation Memphis has put themselves in, because I genuinely don't know where they go from here. Do they just flip Cole Anthony for a win now piece and draft all the players and say we're just going to get younger? Do they flip the draft picks? I genuinely don't know where Memphis, their future lies at this point. I'm
looking here, and these are all, let's go from 20 points per game to, let's say, 18 points per game. Okay, this is in 2024, 2025. These are all the players that averaged from anywhere from 20 down to 18. Darius Garland, 20.6. Jordan Poole, 20.5. Kobe White, 20.4. Miles Bridges, 20.3. Pascal Siakam, 20.2. Austin Reeves, 20.2. Then you go to the 19. Scotty Barnes at 19. Anthony Simons at 19, Desmond Bane obviously at 19, Domantas Sabonis at 19, and Alperen Şengün at 19. Let's go to 18 now. Julius Randle, Tyrese Halliburton, Shaedon Sharpe, Evan Mobley, Nikola Vucevic, Colin Sexton, Michael Porter Jr., Bam Adebayo, OG Anunoby, and Andrew Wiggins. And we still have to give our hint, by the way, for our trade candidate. But to me, you can go get, if you're the Blazers, just go get Anthony Simons. Just go get Anthony Simons right now. If you're the Grizzlies, go get Anthony Simons and you're fine. You know what I mean? That's pretty simple to me. Go get Anthony Simons and you're good to go. If you're the Grizzlies. Now, do I think they're winning the whole thing? No, but again, you moving on from Ja Morant to then draft somebody that you hope is going to be as good as Ja Morant that's interesting, right? That's an interesting way to go about it. We continue the conversation and we discuss how NBA teams are starting to copy NFL teams. What do you mean by that? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Zach Geloff, still out with that stress reaction in his ribs, joined the A's on the road in Anaheim last week to continue his rehab progression and is expected to begin a minor league rehab assignment this week. Gio Urshela, out with that left hamstring strain, joined AAA Las Vegas for a rehab assignment last week and is expected to begin playing this week as well. This injury update was brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. SubcontractorsUnited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
On Friday, June 27th, the Sacramento River Cats are celebrating baseball legend and Sacramento's own Dusty Baker. The first 2,500 fans on June 27th receive a free Dusty Baker bobblehead. Get your tickets now at River Cats.
So I'm at the golf course, right? And look, I have a couple golf hats. I got my Giants hat, I got my Raiders hat, and I have my Ping golf hat. And it was a 7:50 tee time, so I'm running around. I put out my clothes, but not my hat. I couldn't find my Giants hat, but my Raiders hat is staring me in the face. So I grabbed the Raiders hat, and, we're getting some beverages at the turn. And I walk in, and, some foursome in front of us says, "Who let the Raiders fan in here?" And everyone starts laughing. And, I just said, Gino in a dome, I think it'll be pretty good. I don't have anything to say.
This year's our year.
And we're limited on time because we're all, they're grabbing their drinks, they're heading out. So So as I'm next in line, the guy ahead of him, or the guy behind him, but ahead of us, once that dude leaves and his crew leaves, the guy says, "Don't worry, man, I'm with you. I'm a Raider fan too." I said, "Well, why didn't you say something? You just left me here getting roasted." He said, "Sorry, I haven't had my first drink yet." He just left me hanging out there, getting roasted as a Raiders fan because of Geno Smith and whatever the heck they're doing out there in Vegas. And I think that they'll be decent. But we've seen this path before. Baker Mayfield has bounced around, and it worked for the Buccaneers, right? The Buccaneers, look, maybe the Falcons do something, but the Buccaneers are, I would guess, the betting favorite to win the NFC South again. You have the Raiders trying to do the Geno Smith thing. You have the Seahawks. They fell for Sam Darnold, right? These mid-tier QBs. Somebody is falling for Kirk Cousins to the tune of what feels like $500 million for Kirk Cousins. So
to be their backup.
So teams fall into this stuff and do it all the time, right? So with that being said, are NBA teams trying to follow that model? and just say, hey, maybe we could get hot. Look at the Vikings. Now, they didn't end up doing anything in the playoffs, but had a great season, a very successful season, I would say. And now we don't know what J.J. McCarthy is, but they're moving forward with J.J. McCarthy. And when you look at what NBA teams are attempting to do now, and I'm looking here, it says, report, Dennis Schroeder, Tyus Jones, and Malcolm Brogdon are targets to monitor for the Bucks. Okay, that was from Brian Windhorst. So those three guys are guys that we've talked about here in Sacramento. Now the Bucks don't have, or the Kings don't have Giannis, and the Bucks do. So that's a little bit different. But okay, so that's kind of the stopgap to see what the heck Dame's going to be the year after. That's not scaring anybody. And Giannis is nowhere near a mid-tier QB, but I would call them a mid-tier team with the best out of that three is Dennis Schroeder, right? So call it Dennis Schroeder, Giannis. If I think Bobby Portis is gone, but let's just play the game because I don't think it changes that much. Bobby Portis is going to have to start now. And you have, like I said, Schroeder, Giannis, Bobby Portis, and whoever's left because I think they're going to lose a lot of guys. Kyle Kuzma. Okay. But, you know, the Bucks decided, number one, hey, if Giannis wants to stay, we ain't going to question it. So number two, even if we're okay, we could get hot and get in the dance. And it feels like the NBA is moving towards, and maybe some of this is because of the new CBA, but there's a lot of, on paper, we're fine, but maybe we could get hot. Nobody would have had that Timberwolves team besides Kyle. But going into the season, nobody would have had that Timberwolves team going to the Western Conference Finals. And they decided we're going to go cheaper here with Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo. And they got just as far as they did, paying Karl Anthony Towns $60 million. Now the Knicks, they get to the Eastern Conference Finals, but the Knicks are thinking, I don't know that we want to pay Karl Anthony. Nobody wants to pay Karl Anthony Towns $60 million. And they feel like if we just have good pieces, and we're seeing it with the Pacers, if we just have good pieces that can get hot, we just want to give ourselves a chance. And it makes me feel better about the Kings because maybe they're not as far off as we think because the Kings are doing this. They're just doing this to be the 6th seed, not to be the 3 or 4.
Well, I think you kind of hit on the point because, like, put the Bucks aside for a second because they're kind of like, oh, shoot, Damian Lillard just tore his Achilles, so we've just sunk in $60 million into next season.
Right.
Everyone else, it's like the NBA is like some things are changing in the NBA, but the same part still rings true that, like, if you don't have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Nikola Jokic, you're not going to win an NBA championship.
Right.
And Boston is this exception, but again, Boston, how many different versions of that team did they go through before they finally broke through, right? It was Isaiah Thomas, and then it was Kyrie Irving, and then it was Terry Rozier and Tatum, and then it was Tatum and Brown and Kemba Walker, and then it was Al Horford and Grant Williams and Malcolm Brogdon with Tatum and Brown, and then they got rid of those guys, and it was Porzingis and Drew Holiday, and that only lasted one playoff run, right? So if you don't have one of those 3 best players in the sport, it's really hard to win a championship, and everyone's kind of trying to figure out how to exist in that world where, hey, we don't have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Nikola Jokic, so how do we compete in a league where we don't have one of those 2 guys?
Yeah, or you, like I said, anything can happen, right? People are basically saying, look, I think this is what's happening. People are looking at the Boston Celtics, and they're saying the Boston Celtics took home run swing after home run swing after home run swing and finally won a championship. Then
after 8 tries.
After 8 tries. Then the next season, their best player tore their Achilles. Okay?
And
so,
Jaylen Brown had knee surgery.
And his knee, is not where it should have been. So people are saying the Celtics essentially did everything right, and they left with 1 championship. They tried to make all the big moves. They paid everybody, and they're going to not implode next season, but they're going to look different. So instead of us, and the team that's in the finals right now did it a much different way, maybe a more realistic way, similar, because like I said, there's more small markets than big markets in the NBA. So the way that the Pacers did it, hey, you find your guy, And Tyrese Halliburton, we talked about this on Friday. Tyrese Halliburton could win Finals MVP and still not be considered a top 10 player in the NBA. The Ringer had him at 7, I think, 7 or 8. He would probably be in mine, but he wouldn't be. He's not a top 5 player, regardless of how this ends.
There would still be debate about whether he's the best player on his own team.
Right.
Because it's Siakam and him are kind of 1A, 1B.
So now they're looking at it saying, all right, well, I think it's much more realistic to find a guy that is, one elite guy, even if he's not top 5, right? Because there's only 5 of those dudes. Hopefully he's top 10, and it could be based on the year. We don't know if Tyrese Halliburton will be considered a top 10 player next season. He can go back and forth. So let's find a guy like that. Let's put some pieces around him and keep rejiggering this thing until we find a way to get it to work, versus, or we go full blow up and we hope to find somebody, but there are a bunch of busts running around the NBA too.
Yeah, we try and find the next Wemby or the next Paolo or someone who in 5 years will give us a chance. And, I think that's the tough part about this whole game, right? Is that no matter how much the rules change and no matter how much you move CBAs and luxury taxes and everything else, like, the underlying truth is, like, you got to have one of the 2 or 3 best players in the sport if you want to win a championship. And again, Boston is kind of the exception, but if you go back before that, it's like Steph Curry, 2-time MVP, Giannis, 2-time MVP, Jokic, 4-time MVP, LeBron James, 4-time MVP, the Warriors winning all those championships. It's Steph and KD, right? It's Kawhi, who's this exception, right? Except for very exceptional cases, most of the time, you have to have a multiple-time NBA MVP on your team in order to win an NBA championship.
Yeah, and look, I'm not going to disrespect Jason Tatum either. I mean, no, he's not a top 5 player, but before the Ringer had him, I believe they had him in the top 10 before the injury.
But even if the Celtics didn't have 1 or 2, they had 2 of the top 12.
Exactly.
Right?
And that's the only other way. That's the other way to do it. And then you hope to win it all, which they did. They won 1. I think a lot of us thought that the Celtics, I think the idea of everybody, I think things are just becoming more fluid with this new CBA. And the idea, look, we are saying the same thing with the Thunder. The Thunder, once they start paying people, we'll see what happens, right? So you looked at the Celtics and you said, they're going to be around forever. No, they're not. Because nobody's going to be around forever nowadays.
Well, and part of it with the Celtics was, yes, they won the 1 championship, but remember, they got to the finals in 2022 and lost. Went to Game 7 of the conference finals in 2023 and lost. Then finally broke through, and then the whole thing was over, right? So they did eventually get 1, but it took 3 tries with that group and 8 tries with Tatum and Jaylen Brown to finally then get the 1.
And I'll do you one better. It also took LeBron going to the West. It took LeBron. If LeBron never goes to the West and he forms another whatever LeBron team in the East, the Celtics might have did all this for nothing.
Well, the Celtics should have had 2. I think that in hindsight, the Celtics should have had 2, but Steph Curry happened, right? Steph Curry stole a championship from the Boston Celtics that season.
So it is pretty interesting stuff. And, I think it makes me at least feel a little bit better about the Kings. It's just, all right, you still have to raise your level a little bit. But in the words of Brendan Nunez, maybe they're a little bit closer to their goals. Now, what their goals are behind 3 different locked doors, which they would never say out loud, we'll see. We'll see, because I don't know, and I think what a lot of people feel like is their goal isn't to necessarily, be a 1 seed or whatever. It's just to get in the dance, but they have to operate at a higher level in order to do that. And maybe that happens with the trade. This trade, Eastern Conference wing champion with pretty bad PR. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
I feel like this has to be cleared up because I think, it might have been on the 4-Letter Network, but it was a pretty big platform where people weren't aware that, yes, trades can happen now. And that's what we said. We're talking about the NBA, obviously, but then MLB one happened too. But trades can happen now. It's the free agency where you have to wait. I believe it's until a day after the finals end. Or the day after the finals end, that's when free agency starts. But yes, NBA trades can happen now. I think a lot of people were a little bit confused.
We also have to clear something up there. Free agency doesn't start until June 30th. It's that the day after the finals, you can start talking to your own free agents about contracts.
Sure. So like the Warriors in Kuminga.
Yeah, exactly. That's how Malik Monk ended up signing last year before free agency. But the legal tampering period, which I put in air quotes because everyone tampers now. Everyone's tampering with everyone's players. But the legal tampering period starts June 30th, which is, I guess, a week after the draft or a few days after the draft.
So with that being said, yes, the Kings can make a move right now. Now, I think a reason I saw somebody say, if I'm the Suns, I would wait because if the Thunder lose the finals, maybe they'd be interested in a Kevin Durant and they would obviously have the best package for Kevin Durant. So maybe that's a reason the Suns might want to wait. But trades can happen now. And Kevin Durant, I saw something this morning. The Suns aren't impressed with what Kevin Durant's preferred destinations have put on the table so far. So we'll see what happens there. I'm not at Aaron Rodgers level with Kevin Durant, but I really just don't care where I do, but I don't.
Unless he goes to Minnesota, I don't think we're talking about like a championship turning.
What if he goes to San Antonio?
Well, it's not going to happen next year, right? Wemby, KD, and Fox aren't going to.
And then he's going to be 40.
Yeah, and that's the thing is this is going to sound disrespectful, and I don't mean for it to, but the San Antonio dynasty is going to start after Kevin Durant. I just think Kevin Durant's going to kind of help facilitate them getting back to contention. But I think the dynasty starts after Kevin Durant in San Antonio.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation. As far as our trade candidate is concerned, Andrew Christian Wiggins is our trade candidate for today. His nickname's Maple Jordan, Junior Jordan, the prospect, Mr. Fantastic, Wiggs, two-way Wiggs, and Air Canada.
Air Canada had a lot of potential.
That should have been it.
Air Canada had so much potential.
6'7", okay. He was drafted, as everybody knows, first overall to the Cavs, then promptly traded as LeBron was creating his big three. He's been in the league for 10 years. He won a championship with the Golden State Warriors. That is where he got his most recent contract. And at the time, a lot of people thought it was a bargain because, wow, did Andrew Wiggins finally find his role as a third scoring option, maybe sometimes, and on some days a second, and that lockdown defender. He shut down Jason Tatum in the finals. I do find it very interesting that these defenders just spawn in the playoffs. Right now, all of a sudden, Andrew Nembhard we've never seen any defense the whole season.
I don't know. Whitey Gleason was on that Andrew Nembhard before.
Whitey was, but it just feels like these playoff. I guess what I'm learning is that these playoff situations, if you have one guy that just is willing to just dig in, I feel like every team actually has an elite defender. It's just a matter of, do you get to the playoffs and do you have enough offense around them? Just one. I'm not saying a lot because they do have Nesmith too, but now they're not even putting Nesmith on Shea. They're putting Nembhard on Shea.
I don't know. They put Nesmith on Shea in Game 4 because that's why Nesmith fouled out, right? Because once Scott Foster started getting the whistle a little loose, Nesmith fouled out trying to guard Shea. But they're kind of. I think it's interesting that Oklahoma City has decided we're just putting Lou Dort on Tyrese Halliburton. The Pacers kind of, like you said, are alternating back and forth. I'm also always hesitant to just immediately give that credit because this happens every year where you watch a team play deep into the playoffs and you're watching them play 12, 15 times in a row and you start to kind of overvalue what those players are just because you're watching them so much. The one I always think of that I made the mistake for is I thought Grant Williams was amazing.
Right.
I was just watching the Celtics in the playoffs every year. I thought Grant Williams was like this amazing basketball player changing the fortunes. And no, he's just another dude. Nembhard might just be another dude. Maybe every team has a Nembhard, to your point.
Yeah, and Andrew Wiggins was that guy. He was that guy for the Warriors. We thought maybe he had unlocked something. And then the next season, he gets paid. Something's kind of happened with his family. He missed some games and eventually gets traded to Miami, where I think Miami might have beat the Warriors, and he had a couple moments, but we haven't seen it. I just want to go back and look at Andrew Wiggins. So for his career, he's at 18.5 points per game in his career.
I don't know. He was playing a lot of bad Timberwolves
in his career. This season, in 60 games, he averaged 18, 4.5 rebounds, and 2.6 assists on 44% from the field, 37% from three, 76% from the free throw line. That season, his lone all-star season, funny enough, he averaged more. He was at 17.2, so below his career average. He was at 17.2 points per game. And I get it, fan votes and things like that when you're on the Warriors, but he played in 73 games. Okay. He averaged 17.2 points per game, 4.5 rebounds per game. He's a shady good rebounder, 2.2 assists. And again, he's guarding your other team's best player from 3-point range. He shot it at 39% from three that season. That season was so random. He's at 35% for his career. He shot it at 39% for you just put on a Warrior jersey and you can shoot threes. Andrew Wiggins was he gets to Golden State and he's shooting it at 33%. That next season, 2020 and 2021, immediately shoots up to 38%.
Yep.
Next season, 39%. Next season, 39%. That 2023, 2024, he's at 35%. And then after that, when he goes to, obviously he just went to Miami. In Miami, yeah, he gets to 37. But half of that was with the Warriors. So I don't know what to make of it. I think that Andrew Wiggins, I've been on record, and I know it's kind of how many, like I said, he got bad PR. That's how I teased it. But first team all bad PR in the NBA. Andrew Wiggins, I'm not counting Ben Simmons because he's not good at basketball anymore. But Andrew Wiggins, Karl Anthony Towns, and some of that is what he's getting paid. But there are more players on that list. But Andrew Wiggins is first team. Jordan Poole, I think, is first team all. Funny enough, they're really close friends. At least they were when they were both on the Warriors.
Well, funny enough, who are the first two names you mentioned there? Andrew Wiggins and Karl.
Yeah.
Wonder why. They've never been able to shake the Jimmy Butler practice thing.
That's right. And then he gets traded for Jimmy. He just all connected to Jimmy.
Yeah, he's never been able to shake the fact that Jimmy Butler called him a you-know-what and was kind of right.
So it's interesting stuff. To me, I would look at it. I would put this in the category of if you got to do something, do it. But now, as Kyle, we'll get into the different trade conversations. And now I'm feeling like what you have cooked up, that's not enough for DeMar DeRozan. It's not enough based on Desmond Bane going for 8,000 first-round picks. I'm going to need more. So let's just do it right now, Kyle. Give us, you have three. It looks like you have three of them.
Yeah, I could have done more. Funny enough, I'm not saying that they're specifically going to make these trades. I know you guys did Jaime Jaquez last week as a trade candidate while I was gone, but Miami is actually surprisingly easy to make trades with. Like, I think that we talked before about how the only team I can definitively say is in a worse situation than the Kings is the Heat. But in a weird way, the Heat and the Kings have a lot of easy pieces and different avenues to make trades. So honestly, I don't even know if it's going to be a Wiggins for DeRozan, which is the first one we have here. Heat get DeMar DeRozan, Kings get Andrew Wiggins and Haywood Highsmith, who has 1 year left.
I need more.
Why wouldn't the Heat come back and say the same thing about Andrew Wiggins and say, based on what Desmond Bane just went for, Andrew Wiggins on an expiring contract is worth X, Y, or Z? Since you're singing the praises of his 36% three-point shooting on the Miami Heat, which is literally
then keep him. Then keep him if you're Miami. They're the ones that are they're the ones that are, quote unquote, trying to upgrade, I guess.
I think it's more so just fitting what their needs are, right? They kind of need a score first. I'm not saying a mid-range player because everyone could use someone who's great in the mid-range, but they kind of just need a score-first ball-handling wing to go along with Tyler Hero, their de facto point guard, and Bam Adebayo, their starting center. I think there's so much interest around Andrew Wiggins. One, and I brought this up before when we've talked about Wiggins, is when he first got to Minnesota, and you were talking about his point average earlier of 18. I'm like, brother, he scored 23.5 points per game on a Timberwolves team that won 30 games. That's probably bumping up that average a little bit. But the underlying point is that Timberwolves team had him and Zach LaVine as the rookies and sophomores for 2 seasons before they traded for Jimmy Butler. They were the same rookie class. They apparently had a really good relationship, and based on a little bit of sourcing, they kind of want to play with each other again at some point in their career. So maybe trading for Andrew Wiggins has some benefits that we're not seeing right now. The fact that him and Zach LaVine really like each other, and him and Zach LaVine might both be better versions of themselves playing alongside each other. Maybe that's a pro for Andrew Wiggins. Maybe it isn't. But I think regardless of how they go into the trade for DeRozan, I just think it's less about what each is bringing to the table and more so just reshuffling the cards to make each team feel a little bit better about what they have.
28.2 million, what Andrew Wiggins is owed. Okay, then there's a player option for 30.1 million, and then he'd be an unrestricted free agent. So you're basically just swapping out what DeMar DeRozan is, and you're getting Andrew Wiggins. I think it would help the defensive end. Offensively, like I said, he can shoot the three ball. He can space the floor much better than DeMar DeRozan. He's not going to give you, 30 when you need it, or maybe he will on certain nights, but not as often as DeMar DeRozan kind of bailed out. DeMar DeRozan taking the last shot and Andrew Wiggins taking the last shot. That's just not a conversation we're going to have. But I like the idea of it. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I like it because he does a ton of stuff that the Kings need right now. He spaces the floor. It's not a crazy contract, and you could still go out. And if you go it's in the same vein. If you're asking me would I rather have Andrew Wiggins or PJ Washington, I'd probably say PJ Washington. He's a little bit cheaper and things like that. But you go get Andrew Wiggins, again, for this kind of mid-tier QB conversation that all these NBA teams are just want to be a part of. You go get Andrew Wiggins and Kobe White, maybe, something like that. And I think I feel better about them getting that six. You're in that group that was waiting for the last game of the season. You're in that group from this past season.
It feels like you're reshuffling, right? As I said earlier, the Kings get Wiggins, little lengthier, little bit more defense. Miami gets DeRozan, playmaking, offensive ability. They can play Tyler Hero, DeRozan, and Bam together at the same time and feel better. Like, Miami needs offense, the Kings need defense. Let me just, instead of doing all the breakdown there, Kings need some defense, Miami needs some offense. I think Miami was dead last in offense after trading Jimmy Butler. So maybe this trade just is everyone saying, let's just stand pat, wait for those contracts to expire, and in 2026, we're going to make some big moves. The second deal that I have here is kind of similar, but just with Malik Monk instead, which I would imagine if they did that, the Kings would want to extend Andrew Wiggins, unless they're trading Monk and saying we're going to have $50 million in cap space next summer, which I don't see the Kings doing that. But it's basically Wiggins for Malik Monk and Terrence Davis. And you have to include Terrence Davis for salary cap reasons.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think to me, so do you move DeRozan to the bench?
Maybe you still move DeRozan for a point guard.
Right, but I guess this would just be one move. Well, you'd have to, right? Or if we're assuming this is the only, sometimes I think of these deals as this is the only deal that the Kings are going to make. Yeah. I think that's a cleaner way to do it. And if this is the deal, the only deal or the deal that the Kings make, I would think about bringing DeMar DeRozan off the bench. Well, I would.
Because then you would have Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine, Wiggins. Oh, there's no playmaking there. I guess you'd have to bring in a point guard no matter what. But you would have Keon, LaVine, Wiggins as your starting backcourt.
Yeah, I'm okay with
front court.
I'm okay with adding in a point guard to these conversations. It's just if we're moving Malik, I don't necessarily want to assume that we're going to move DeRozan. So whenever it's not for a point guard, let's just assume throw Tyus Jones in there. He's out there somewhere.
Tyus Jones, Keon, Zach LaVine, Wiggins, Keegan Murray, Sabonis. Again, Tyus Jones would start, but he wouldn't close. And then, I guess you would have to have DeRozan coming off the bench in that situation. It's either him or Keon, which I guess you can make the argument with Wiggins and Keegan. Maybe you can afford to put Keon coming off the bench.
Yeah.
But it's got to be either Keon or DeRozan in that situation.
Man, oh man. Okay, I don't think I'm doing that deal, to be honest with you. I'm not doing it.
I think Miami probably would rather do the DeRozan one instead.
I agree.
Which, by the way, just to do the same experiment for that one, it would leave the Kings with Tyus Jones, again, pick a point guard, Keon Ellis, Zach LaVine, Andrew Wiggins, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, and then coming off the bench, Malik Monk, Haywood Highsmith, Jonas Valanciunas, and Devin Carter.
But I thought Malik was in this deal.
No, that was the DeRozan one.
Okay.
The second one is the same, but just flip DeRozan for Malik, essentially. So make DeRozan your sixth man instead of Malik your sixth man.
Yeah, I'm not doing trade number 2. What does trade number 3 look like?
Trade number 3 is dumping Zach LaVine's contract for a bunch of expiring deals, which many Kings fans would say they would want to do that. Just dump Zach LaVine. We get an expiring contract. We'll do something next year. So that one would be Zach LaVine for Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, and the expiring Duncan Robinson, $18 million.
The only thing I'll say here is, we're talking a lot about DeMar DeRozan and how his value to me shot up after that insane Desmond Bane trade. You could have that conversation about Zach LaVine. I know he's still making a ton of money, but it's worth having the same Kevin Durant. You didn't get Kevin Durant. Can I interest you in a Zach LaVine convo? Maybe Miami is interested in something like that. When you're Miami and it feels like, these strong cultures, it feels like you could get anybody and it'll work out. Not that the Andrew Wiggins thing didn't really work out because I think they were never planning on sticking with that crew because that crew isn't doing anything. But I could see Miami convincing themselves that, hey, if we get our hands on a Zach LaVine, you'd have Zach LaVine at the 2, Tyler Hero.
Are you starting Davion, or is Davion coming off the bench?
Well, Tyler Hero, obviously they didn't have Davion for much of the season, but Tyler Hero was essentially their point guard.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to then, are they starting Davion or are they starting Jovic?
Yeah, which that's problems for them to figure out.
Doesn't matter that much.
Right. My larger point is just having Zach LaVine who can be more of a 2. It doesn't have to do any type of playmaking because they feel like Tyler Hero can be that guy. At least they've thought it the last couple years here. I think you have something. It's Zach LaVine, Tyler Hero, Bam.
Khalil Ware,
his second year. I think it's at least intriguing. So the Kings would get Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, and Duncan Robinson. I mean, obviously, well, actually, I shouldn't say obviously. A lot of people would do that deal. I don't know if the most important person when it comes to the Kings organization would do that deal because I don't know if that person wants to move off of Zach LaVine. But I think a lot of people would do that deal.
What's super fun about the Miami of it all is that they still have Terry Rozier's contract. They still have another one that I can't think of right now. So they've got a lot of ways to make these deals work. Like there's so many different avenues for the Kings and Heat to make a trade that I kind of feel like it might be, again, both teams are kind of like in that we're always in the play-in territory right now, but there's honestly a lot of different ways they could get a deal done with the Miami Heat, and it might be beneficial to both sides because Miami's offense was terrible last year, and the Kings' defense was pretty terrible last year. Yeah. So maybe there's a pretty good path to a deal, whether it's LaVine, DeRozan, Monk, someone else, whether it's Andrew Wiggins, Jaime Jaquez, or Kyle Anderson or Duncan Robinson. Like there's a lot of different ways these teams can make a trade happen with each other because they have a lot of expensive expiring contracts.
Yeah, interesting kind of propositions here. I would do 2 of those. I wouldn't move off of Malik Monk. I just think that you would be fixing an issue. That's the move where you would be fixing an issue but creating another one because I don't think the Kings would have enough scoring on that team. You could make that argument with Zach LaVine. Would the Kings have enough scoring if they moved on from Zach LaVine? If you do add Andrew Wiggins, Duncan Robinson, and Kyle Anderson, and then, like we said, throw in whatever one of these point guards that we keep bringing up, these kind of tier 2-ish point guards. I think it's interesting. I would love to add Andrew Wiggins to the team, and you're just hoping that maybe you get, again, these teams that are just saying maybe a bunch of stuff happens all at once, right? Similar to the Beam Team season, and we just get hot and go on a run.
Well, and here's the benefit of the Zach LaVine move, which is going into 2026, the Kings would have $60 million in cap space because you would have DeRozan's contract basically expiring. There's a non-guaranteed year after that. Wiggins' contract expires. Duncan Robinson's contract expires. You would have approximately $60 million to work with in free cap space. So if next year's Kuminga, I don't know who it would be, Jabari Smith Jr. or Sohan, if next year's Jonathan Kuminga doesn't re-sign with their team as a restricted free agent, Kings have a boatload of cap space to tell that person, hey, we'll pay you $20 million to come to Sacramento. And maybe that's their path to getting younger, is by just swallowing their pride for a season, playing it out with Wiggins and Duncan Robinson and DeMar DeRozan and seeing how far you can get, and then either bringing some of those guys back at lesser numbers or just moving on from everybody and bringing in someone new.
Andrew Wiggins in that starting lineup, you would move off of DeMar DeRozan. You get Haywood, Highsmith, which would add some pop off the bench and, add a little bit of length as well. I would for sure do that deal. And the other thing is, too, just as you look at kind of the sizes and things, Haywood Highsmith, I mean, he goes 6'5", right? So I know that could mean a lot these days. That could be a point guard, a shooting guard, or small forward, anything like that. But you do get a little bit of length. He can play the forward position. So you get a little bit of length there. Obviously, you get Andrew Wiggins. You're fixing your wing. I think your wing conversation, and honestly, in that deal, I would wonder, is Jake LaRavia part of that deal? Or not a part of that deal, but is Jake LaRavia coming back or not? Because I don't even know if you necessarily need Haywood Highsmith. I'm bringing it up because maybe I would look for somebody else to add instead of Haywood Highsmith if you're getting Jake LaRavia back, because I don't know that you would need him in that same way. So a lot of things to think about. Would you do a deal? 916-339-1140. Would you do a deal for Andrew Wiggins? Any of these deals? DeMar DeRozan for Andrew Wiggins and Haywood Highsmith. Malik Monk and Terrence Davis for Andrew Wiggins, and last but not least, Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, Duncan Robinson and you would be moving off of Zach LaVine. Would you do any of these deals? 916-339-1140. When we return, what does a Desmond Bane trade mean for the Kings offseason? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-431-8958. That's 800-431-8958.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, brightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Gamers and baseball fans, get ready. On Saturday, June 28th, it's video game night with the Sacramento Rivercats. Don't miss the perfect blend of gaming and baseball. Get your tickets at rivercats.com.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
Summer savings explode at latest Elk Grove Chevy. Save $12,000 off MSRP after rebates. Every new 2025 Silverado half-ton LT and RST in stock exclusively at MadeAChevy.com. Now that's big, huge. Together, let's drive.
Deal for details.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
It's from Clutch Points. Sources familiar with the situation tell Clutch Points that at least one key member of the Knicks front office has long been interested in Jaren Jackson Jr. as a trade target. The Knicks' acquisition of Karl Anthony Towns last offseason didn't nullify this interest either. League sources say that a Jackson Jr. and Karl Anthony Towns front court would be a dream pairing for New York in their starting lineup. Isn't that every team? Every team would love to add a Jaren Jackson Jr. And I don't even know, and I know Karl Anthony Towns, he does rebound. The funny thing is, Karl Anthony Towns doesn't really give off that he doesn't play traditional center, but he's actually more traditional than a Miles Turner. I mean, Miles Turner, his over-under #prop talk, Miles Turner somehow is 7 foot getting less than 5 rebounds in a game. I don't know how that's possible. So Karl Anthony Towns, he does rebound the basketball because Jaren Jackson Jr., these are just 2 confusing centers put together, and Jaren Jackson Jr. would obviously play forward, but is that a perfect pairing? I mean, Jaren Jackson Jr., again, is allergic to rebounding the basketball. He's great defensively, and he's a rim protector. So Karl Anthony Towns and Jaren, is it I don't see that as a quote-unquote perfect pairing.
I would say if Domantas Sabonis and Jaren Jackson Jr. is a 100 out of 100 perfect score pairing.
Right.
I'd say Karl and Jaren Jackson are like 90%. because I think Carl and Rudy Gobert was a good idea of a pairing. The problem was they needed Rudy to guard some fours sometimes. Mm-hmm. They needed him to have some perimeter defense, right? Jaren Jackson Jr. is a great shot blocker, but he can also stay in front of wings guarding on the perimeter. So I think in that sense, they're better off with Jaren Jackson Jr. than Rudy in terms of pairing around Karl Anthony Towns, but Carl still, I think they're just saying centers that don't play defense need a power forward that is an elite defender.
Right. Everybody could use a Jaren Jackson Jr.
Well, everyone who doesn't have a defensive center, right? I think Jaren Jackson Jr. and Rudy Gobert would not work, but I think
they would only because Jaren Jackson can shoot. It looks crazy, but he can shoot.
And in fairness to Memphis is trying the Zach Edey at the 5 thing, so they're doing a version of that. All Zach Edey does is be big and block shots.
Yeah. What do you think? Obviously, when you look at Beam Team, and a lot of people are saying, man, oh man, the Kings once again look terrible because you look at the haul, and maybe we should spend some time on this because you look at this Desmond Bane haul, KCP, Cole Anthony, who I guess KCP is just unable to play basketball.
So many draft picks.
I mean, KCP, Cole Anthony, pick 16 this season's pick 16 or this draft's pick 16.
A pick swap next year.
Yeah.
A 2028 Magic first unprotected, a 2030 Magic first unprotected, and a 2029 pick swap.
And no disrespect to Zach LaVine, but and I know Desmond Bane didn't have the drama or, hey, these are the destinations. But if you're the Kings and Kings fans, they're probably thinking this Fox deal looks terrible, right? Or it just doesn't look good because De'Aaron Fox is better than Desmond Bane. Like, that's the main thing here.
Yes.
Destination or no destination, you had him on contract, and De'Aaron Fox is better than Desmond Bane.
I guess you could make the argument of 4 years of Desmond Bane, but 4 years of Desmond Bane might be a deterrent. It obviously wasn't to Orlando, but for some teams, having 4 years of Desmond Bane at $40 million was not a plus.
And what do we think? De'Aaron ain't getting the Supermax. Is De'Aaron going to be making more? They're going to be making similar money to me.
Yeah, and that's kind of the weird thing about. I don't want to make it sound like the Sacramento Kings are doing the wrong thing, but the weird thing about trading De'Aaron Fox at the time they did for the package that they did was even if they had traded Fox for Desmond Bane this summer, I think people still would have felt like, okay, at least we have a controllable long-term piece versus the Zach LaVine and draft picks thing is like, okay, maybe Zach LaVine's going to get a long-term extension. He's almost 6 years older than Desmond Bane.
He's getting paid more.
Getting paid more now. Might get paid less in the long run, but they don't have to sign him to an extension. It just feels like they box themselves in to be able to do other moves in congruence with Zach LaVine, whereas like Orlando makes this trade and gives up a bunch of draft picks, but they still can move. They still have the 25 pick this year. They still can move Jet Howard. They still have future draft picks that they can navigate and make this thing work.
It doesn't make a ton of sense to me if you are the Sacramento Kings, but they are where they are now. And the other thing I wanted to bring up, Kyle, before we got on De'Aaron Fox was we know what the biggest regret is for the Kings after that Beam Team season, not doing anything, right? Just assuming that everybody's going to have career years again, or they're just going to be better, right?
And be healthy again.
Yes, and we're going to be healthy again. Everything is going to be exactly the same. We're just all going to be better, even though Harrison Barnes is 28 years old, right? That is the biggest regret, I believe. What do you think is the biggest regret if this starts to tear down, right? So now we're seeing Jaren Jackson Jr.'s name get brought up. Is Ja going to go? That would be for, I don't know, 12 first-round picks. What do you think the Grizzlies' biggest regret is? Because it's so obvious with the Kings, but I don't actually know how obvious it is when these teams start these teardowns. I don't know what the Grizzlies would say they quote unquote messed up on.
I would say the way they handled the first Ja Morant gun situation would be the biggest regret for the Grizzlies, right? Because the second suspension happens, he gets suspended 25 games in the summer and then blows out his shoulder and like, okay, bad luck. I think when they were the 2 seed in the West and the first Ja Morant gun incident on IG Live happened.
Yeah.
And
what would you have done?
I don't know what I would have done if I were them. I just think it became so much of a story and they did not fight to try and not make it go away, but just control the narrative a little bit more, right? Because once Ja Morant was a front page news story on CNN and ABC and Good Morning America, that's when this thing has gotten completely out of hand and we don't control the story anymore. So now Ja Morant is painted out to be this bad person. And I remember there was reporting at the time that was like, the Grizzlies don't want to push too hard because they're worried Ja Morant will ask out if they try and push him too hard. And I think they just kind of let it go and said, not our problem. And then the NBA had to get involved. I don't know what I would have done because I don't know the ins and outs. I just feel like that was when everything kind of fell apart for the Grizzlies.
Yeah, and then you had the injury stuff with Ja too. So he just hasn't played. And they come out and say they're not going to move Ja, which is all fine and good. But you moved it. And like I said, I think they can survive. Obviously, we're not going to sit here and say that they're going to win the West, but we wouldn't have said that if they kept Desmond Bane. So, yeah, this is what Kevin Pelton had to say. The Grizzlies are still trying to make a couple other moves. Another move is likely coming for Memphis, which added to its 2025-2026 salary with this trade. The Grizzlies had seemingly been targeting cap space with an eye toward renegotiating Jaren Jackson Jr.'s contract with a long-term extension. Moving John Konchar's $6.2 million salary would give Memphis sufficient room to bump up Jackson's contract by about $10 million and offer him an extension starting at nearly $48 million a year. So it sounds like, again, it's the retooling thing. They are still saying, hey, we actually just honestly don't think Desmond Bane is going to be worth that contract. We're not blowing it up. We're going to keep Jaren Jackson Jr. We're going to keep Ja Morant and see what we can do with some of the pieces. As far as Cole Anthony is concerned, I think that the Grizzlies, they were better when they had Tyus Jones kind of in that backup role. Maybe they felt like they were missing some of those vibes and can get it back with Cole Anthony.
I would guess they probably don't start the year with Ja Morant, Scottie Pippen Jr., and Cole Anthony.
Yeah, yes.
I don't know which one they're going to move next, but I would imagine they don't start the year with all 3 of those guys on the team.
No, I don't think they do. And what does it mean for the Sacramento Kings? Maybe Zach LaVine. My initial thought was obviously DeMar DeRozan, and what does it mean for him? I guess my other thought was, hey, maybe this helps the Zach LaVine conversation. Maybe he's worth a little bit more than we thought, and the Pelicans are all over this as well when it comes to their price tag for Trey Murphy. Yeah, they're asking for a lot. We'll get into it when we return. Now on Styles Show Sports.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
We get it. Tariffs are tough. Power tools are getting expensive. But at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, we're solving that problem for 2 short days on June 20th and June 21st. We're putting all Milwaukee power tools on massive discounts. Tons of Milwaukee batteries and bare tools for less than $100. 25% off all regular price Milwaukee pack-out boxes and much, much more. So stop by Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet in Sacramento on June 20th and 21st for some of the lowest prices on tools you'll ever see this year. To see all of what's on sale, visit FastenersInc.net. Fasteners Inc. Better tools, better prices.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event?
Anyone can get you employee pricing, but at Hoblet, it's all about the plus that you can only get here. Save up to $13,000 off MSRP on brand new 2025 heavy-duty Ram 2500 and 3500s. We have over 500 new Rams available, so your new Ram is waiting at Hoblet.
Well, how do you like the new heavy-duty trucks?
I love it. I took the new Ram 2500 with the high-output diesel and 8-speed transmission to Tahoe last weekend, and I have to say, I've not had this much fun driving a new truck in a long time. I've been driving diesels for 25 years, and this is easily the most fun, most powerful, and most responsive truck so far.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
13,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 2500 and 3500 Laramie after 4,000 factory rebates and 9,000 dealer discounts. Rebates may include 2,500 select inventory bonus cash and $500 on the job upfit. Must show eligible upfit. Aid with this net savings. Sample VIN 525-043. See dealer for details.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
We got a couple Shams updates to get to. And I'm just so, I don't know why. I don't have a problem with Kevin Durant. It's just, I don't know. And I'm the one who got called an egomaniac about an hour ago. And Kyle can't see me on the text line.
Yes, I can.
Okay, well, Kyle could see me on the text line.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, this one, just get it out, bud.
I mean, this guy.
You're that guy. 3 dozen nice comments.
This one is different. This is my baby we're talking about.
That's why I'm not stopping you,
Okay.
but I'm just saying 3 dozen nice comments, all this love from the Sack chat, all these people who support you, and that one guy that wanted to be a dweeb.
Yeah, but this
you just
one
can't let it go.
This one, that one, I had to. Speaking of the text line.
Well, yes, you had to. I don't know if you had to do it 7 back and forths like I'm seeing on the text line.
It wasn't 7.
It's pretty close to 7.
Okay. Well, he deserved it. Speaking of the text line, 916-339-1140, if you want DeMar DeRozan's jersey, text in merch, all caps, MERCH, merch, all caps, 916-339-1140. And your name, your number will be put into the system, and you will get contacted if you won that jersey. And Kyle, we're doing this all day, right?
We're doing it all week.
So
on all 3 shows too. So listen for that code word, and you'll get entered into a raffle with hundreds of other contestants for a chance to win a DeMar DeRozan signed jersey.
Yeah, that's right. Better do it. Better do it now. Better do it now. I'm just saying. Trades can happen now.
How funny would that be, by the way? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but
should not joke about that.
That would be great. Great if that happened.
I mean, and by the way, I was walking around, speaking of, I was walking around and I was driving home. The guy was walking. I'm driving home either Thursday or Friday last week. This dude is walking, downtown Sacramento, crispy Trey Lance Niners jersey. I mean, crispy, brand new. I don't know if it was laundry day. I don't know what the deal was, but Trey Lance, because Jay responded to me because I posted about it, and Jay said, "Oh, they're rocking Chargers jersey." I said, "No, it was a Niners jersey." So look, either way, you get your DeMar. He was here, like I said, he balled. It's not DeMar's fault that it was a bad fit. We all kind of knew it would be a bad fit, right? Or at least we tried to convince ourselves that it wouldn't be, but ultimately it was.
There's someone walking around with a James Wiseman, Trey Lance, Joey Bart, like 3 jersey combo in their closet, right?
Oh, I'm sure. Kyle, let me know, because we just got this stuff from Shams, but Shams had some things to say on the Grizzlies and Kevin Durant. I'm just kind of tired of the Kevin Durant thing. This is the Pelicans price tag that I was talking about before the break. This is the Pelicans' alleged price tag for Trey Murphy. And this was before the trade, okay? This was before the Desmond Bane trade. So one veteran, it sounds like a Five Guys or in and out order. One veteran who can contribute in the playoffs, one young prospect with potential.
Devin Carter?
And multiple first-round picks.
Well, that's where you lost me.
So, yeah, I mean, you could say DeMar DeRozan,
Devin Carter,
and
multiple
and 7 first-round picks because of Desmond Bane.
For Trey Murphy?
Yes.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Is Trey Murphy on track? I think it could be worse, but is Trey Murphy on track to do the Cam Johnson thing? Is he going to be the new Cam Johnson? The 3-and-D wing that nobody can attain because the team is going to overvalue him, and then he's just never going to get moved.
I mean, I think he's a better player than Cam Johnson, but also Pelicans are trying to convince me he's Brandon Ingram, and I'm like, that's not Brandon Ingram, that's Trey Murphy. He's got a fun podcast.
I mean, he's 24 or 25 years old.
He don't got that offensive bag like Brandon Ingram does.
I think they're saying he could grow into it, though.
I would bet on not Devin Carter and 2 first-round picks that he would not become that guy. I just don't see it with Trey Murphy.
I do.
I don't see him being Brandon Ingram, and that's what Griffin was selling.
I do. I see him being better than Brandon Ingram.
Brandon Ingram made an all-star team.
I think Trey Murphy can make an all-star team.
I don't think that is in the cards. And I like Trey Murphy. I'm not saying that Trey Murphy is better.
You know we're talking about Trey Murphy, not Herb, right?
Yes.
Not Herb Jones.
Yes. I'm saying Trey Murphy is the middle ground of Brandon Ingram and Cam Johnson, right? He's better than Cam Johnson.
Yeah, right now.
But he's not. I don't think he's ever going to be an all-star in the West. I just don't think.
So you're not giving up 7 first-round picks for him?
I would not, unfortunately.
How many first-round picks would you give up for him? DeMar DeRozan, let's just say fine. We love Devin Carter. Devin Carter, DeMar DeRozan, and how many?
Devin Carter and DeMar DeRozan,
yes.
I would say 1.
Kyle. So you hate Trey Murphy?
I'm not saying I hate Trey Murphy. I'm saying
you think he's Herb Jones with a dribble package.
I wouldn't give up that much for Herb Jones.
Or
he's not.
You're overvaluing DeMar DeRozan and Devin Carter.
Fine. Okay, let's just make it again in a hypothetical world. You don't have to trade players. You don't have to just how many first-round picks would you trade for Trey Murphy?
Me?
It nothing else included. How many first-round picks?
Well, before this deal.
2, 3?
I would do 4.
4 first-round picks for Trey Murphy.
I would do. But now this Desmond Bane deal, you're going to have to.
Well, but if I made it Devin Carter and 3 first-round picks, you would trade
and DeMar DeRozan?
I'm just saying, let's say they just send DeRozan to a third team. DeRozan doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'm just saying you would give up 3 first-round picks to add Trey Murphy.
And your boy that you were on a plane with, Devin Carter.
Oh, and Devin Carter. Oh, yeah. Do we want to tell that story later?
We'll tell it later.
Yeah. I was like, I got a couple boys now, but we'll explain that one later. I just don't think. Again, Desmond Bane just went for 5 first-round picks, and Desmond Bane is not an all-star either. So maybe fringe all-stars are going for 4 first-round picks nowadays. It wouldn't be me. I'll say that. Can I put lottery protections on 3 of them?
No. 2 of them, maybe.
Wouldn't be me. That's all I'm gonna say.
We got this Shams sound, Kyle. Yeah, we will hear from Shams and what he had to say about the Grizzlies and Kevin Durant on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the latest class of the A's Hall of Fame will be inducted before the A's play the Reds on September 13th. And what a group, including longtime A's broadcaster Monty Moore and the big 3, Hudson, Mulder, and Zito. And when those guys pitch together in the A's rotation over a 5-year span, their combined records 234 and 119.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
I had the chance to interview former professional golfer and broadcaster Gary McCord a few years back. He hadn't yet enraged the Green Jackets with his television comments about their revered Georgia golf course. He was welcoming and above all humorous, which is why I recently picked up a copy of his book, Golf for Dummies by Gary McCord, a man possessed by golf's magical allure. This 5th edition will help new golfers learn the basics of the game and bring them, as he writes, from the darkness to the light. The book discusses types of clubs, types of courses, how to hit the ball, and how to keep score. The intent is to help you get the ball to the hole in fewer tries and with better form. You'll even find some basic exercises to get you into golf shape. It's a fun read and will help you get over some of the game's intimidation while getting you ready to visit the golf course on your own or with some friends. I always recommend a good PGA professional to guide you along the way, but Golf for Dummies is a fun way to approach a fun game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
2 hours down, 2 to go. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we are giving away a DeMar DeRozan signed jersey. Just text merch, all caps, MERCH, 916-339-1140. We are doing that all week. Got to listen in for the secret names, the secret words. And when you get those, you text them in, and you will have your number thrown into a hat, and it could get picked to win a DeMar DeRozan signed jersey.
I don't know exactly how it works because this is a promotions thing, but I think the more times you submit, the better the chances are of winning it. So you can listen to all the shows, and I think if you get like 7 of the 15, I think you have 7 chances to win.
There you go.
I'm not exactly sure that's how it works. Don't quote me on it, but it sounds like that's the way that it works.
Well, we will quote Shams on these things he had to say about the Grizzlies and Kevin Durant. Let's first hear what he had to say about the Grizzlies.
I'm told the Grizzlies are signaling privately that they will continue to build around Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. The Grizzlies view this as a pivot away from that core of Desmond Bane, Ja Morant, and Jaren Jackson Jr. and allow this team to have a little bit more youth, a little bit more financial flexibility moving forward. And then, most importantly, a massive haul of draft picks, 4 unprotected first-round picks, 1 lightly protected pick swap, and they really want to continue to build around those two, and that allows them to have a level of flexibility. And one big thing here is also the extension of Jaren Jackson Jr., which they believe this trade helps with as well.
Crazy. I mean, and they said they weren't moving Ja, right? I don't know how good Desmond Bane's going to be. I don't think moving Desmond Bane signals tank.
It's the flexibility part that I think is the bigger part of this whole thing, because we know Cole Anthony has 2 years left on his deal. I think, if I remember correctly, KCP has 2 years left, but maybe one is a player option, which he'll probably accept. Now, yeah, one's a player option for $21 million that he'll probably accept. So I think the flexibility part is bigger because both of those are going to be off the books when Jaren Jackson Jr.'s max contract goes into effect that they're probably going to sign him to. So at that point, you'll have Jaren Jackson Jr. making $50 million a year, Ja making his $40 million plus a possible extension, or maybe they've traded Ja by that point, and they can kind of figure out the rest from there. I think the flexibility part that Shams is talking about makes a lot more sense.
Obviously, his numbers, well, number one, he's not making Desmond Bane money yet, and his numbers aren't Desmond Bane numbers, but he is slightly younger. So just play the game with me. If let's say the Magic called the Kings and had said, hey, same deal for Keegan Murray. Let's just pretend that money would have worked, right?
Sure.
Would you have done that deal?
In a heartbeat.
You have to do that deal.
In a heartbeat, I would give up Keegan Murray for essentially 4 unprotected first-round picks. You have to. Even if you don't get a 4 back in the trade, like make it Jonathan Isaac instead of KCP, who they can put at the 4. Right? They got KCP because he can replace Desmond Bane. Make it Jonathan Isaac. I'm still doing that trade because you're getting 4 first-round picks and a pick swap.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out who's good enough, not even necessarily on the Kings, but who's good enough to make you say no, but without obviously it being Giannis or Steph or somebody like that.
I think the example Kings related is if Zach LaVine were on a 4-year, $35 million a year contract, I think maybe they could have gotten a package similar for Zach LaVine. Again, older, but scores more. It's just the contract that is messing up the Zach LaVine thing. Because Desmond Bane is not cheap. Desmond Bane is 4 years at about $40 million a year. That is a big commitment that Orlando is making, which, by the way, Orlando can do because Paolo and Franz are both on rookie maxes.
I'm just looking here just based on who is, and points, it not everything. But I'm looking here based on earlier we were talking about other players that averaged essentially what Desmond Bane averaged, and a couple slots above Desmond Bane 19.2 points per game. You know who's salivating right now at 20.2 points per game? They've made this guy untouchable forever. But if I'm the Lakers, I'm saying if Desmond Bane went for this, what can we get for Austin Reeves?
Yeah, but the tricky part for the Lakers is that they need win now pieces for Austin Reeves.
I hear ya.
You know what the Lakers could have gotten for Austin Reeves? Packaging him with Anthony Davis for Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
But apparently Nico was talked off of Austin Reeves and settled on Max Christie.
Man, it just is a crazy amount of. It's the draft capital.
We were. I think you talked about it on Friday. Just looking at our rundown before making today's. Didn't you talk about a Zach LaVine for Desmond Bane swap at some point?
Yeah.
That would have been a terrible trade for the Grizzlies.
No, awful.
They got 4 first-round picks for Desmond Bane. We thought Desmond Bane was Zach LaVine's contract.
Look, this guy's expiring too, and that changes things. Obviously, I don't know if this turns into a Pascal Siakam situation where he says that he's willing to stay, but Kobe White's 24, averaged 20.4. These are guys that we kept talking about. Has this trade just ruined everything? I get it, it's expiring, but now if you're the Bulls, you're saying Desmond Bane went for what? I mean, Kobe White's expiring, but do you say, I don't know, man, you're on the phone with people thinking, hold on, let me call you back real quick.
Well, I think the reason why we're so surprised by it versus I don't think other teams were, or Orlando isn't, is Orlando obviously doesn't look at the Desmond Bane contract as a deterrent. Right? They believe Desmond Bane, because this is high-end number 3 money, which Orlando can't afford because Paolo's max is not a super max. Franz Wagner's max is like $38 million a year. Like they can afford to pay a high-end number 3 because Desmond Bane is not. Desmond Bane and Franz Wagner are essentially making the same. So Orlando can afford to do that, but Orlando obviously doesn't look at the Desmond Bane contract and says, oh, we're taking on a bit of a risk because what happens if in 2 years he's 28 and we're paying him? Orlando doesn't see it that way. Orlando sees him as a number 3, possibly a number 2, where if Paolo Banchero becomes the top 5 player we all believe he's going to be in 2 or 3 years, that they will have a chance to compete for the Eastern Conference Championship.
Yeah.
Which I give them credit for making it. I just think they could have saved maybe one of those draft picks.
This might, I know they're trying to go in a certain direction, but Wemby is still really young. And I would seem terrible. Kings fans would just get kicked in the you-know-what once again. But if you're the Spurs, do you say, is anybody listening interested in De'Aaron Fox right now?
I wouldn't if I'm San Antonio. I would still sign him to the extension and then maybe think about it. But
so after next season.
Yeah, I think you got to sign him to the extension. I think De'Aaron Fox is going to play at least the next 2 years on the Spurs. I think the Spurs core for the next 2 years is Fox, Wemby, and maybe
Stephon
Castle, Dylan Harper, and again, maybe Kevin Durant, maybe it's Sohan and Vassell. I don't think that's as important. It's Stephon Castle, it's Dylan Harper, it's De'Aaron Fox, it's Wemby, and they're going to figure out the wing situation after that. So I would say San Antonio's got their core for the next 2 years. I just don't know if that team's good enough to win the Western Conference.
Yeah, let's hear from Shams as you brought up Kevin Durant. Let's hear from Shams on where Kevin Durant feels like he wants to spend the rest of his career until he changes
I'm
his
told
mind.
the Phoenix Suns remain in active conversations around the league on a Kevin Durant deal, but their focus over the last several days has been on 3 teams, and that's the Miami Heat, Houston Rockets, and Minnesota Timberwolves. We know his preferred destinations, though, are the Rockets, Spurs, and the Heat. And so the Suns have been working with Durant's business partner, Rich Kleiman, on just figuring out exactly where he could end up. Could it be one of his 3 preferred destinations? Could it be a wild card team? Because, listen, at the end of the day, his expiring contract of $54.7 million is going to play a part in this. And I'm told Durant has no desire to be in Minnesota with the Timberwolves. So how does that shape how the Minnesota Timberwolves and other teams that could have interest that are outside his preferred list decide how to move forward with these Durant discussions?
So now he doesn't want to go to Minnesota.
Which, honestly, the only reason he would is Ant.
Yeah. Yeah. So now no Minnesota. He's still in on what? The Heat.
So
the Spurs.
If we're doing the list, teams interested in Durant are Timberwolves, Spurs, Rockets, and
I would throw the Raptors in there too.
Yeah, I guess Raptors. The ones that Shams reported were the 5, including the Knicks, but I don't know why the Knicks are on there because ain't no way that dude is going to the Knicks.
No.
And then the teams Durant, apparently the teams that they're talking to are Minnesota, Miami, and okay, let's do the pie chart again. So 4 teams that are reportedly interested: Rockets, Spurs, Heat, Timberwolves. We can throw the Knicks in there. I don't think the Knicks are that. Shams reported the Knicks. 3 teams that Phoenix wants to send him to because they have the best trade packages: Minnesota, Houston, Miami. So no Spurs. Teams Kevin Durant wants to play for: Heat, Spurs, Rockets. No Timberwolves.
Right.
So the only teams that complete the Venn diagram of they're interested, the Suns like their package, hey now, and Kevin Durant wants to play for them, the only 2 are the Heat and the Rockets. So I guess it's now a bidding war between the Heat and Rockets.
Look, man, and again, get Kevin Durant out of the Western Conference. And I know the Suns didn't do anything, but we already the Spurs already still have a top pick, and Wemby's going to be another year older, another year more mature. They have a full season with De'Aaron Fox now, so the West has enough to worry about. If you get Kevin Durant out of the West, I know hashtag tiny victories, but that's a win, man.
Yeah, this report kind of tells me Spurs offered the Suns the Kings package.
Yes.
And the Suns are saying no thank you.
We're not trying to get roasted like the Kings did.
Yes, exactly. They offered him the low ball package that the Kings took, and Phoenix is saying no thank you.
Yeah.
We will try and get more for him.
And the Spurs are, again, not moving on their side of things. They like their Stephon Castles, and they're not going to move. They're Devin Vassell, whoever it is. Right.
All the young players the Kings couldn't get.
Yes. Right. I saw, did you see Jeremy Sohan was in Arizona this weekend, and everybody started talking about, I think he was in Phoenix for something. But I mean, Sohan, that ain't even going to do it. And that's why we were trying to figure out if the Desmond Bane thing affects the Kevin Durant trade. I don't know.
I think it only affects the trade if Miami or Houston or one of the other teams were actually interested in trading for Desmond Bane, because then one more option is off the table that you wanted. But I think the Bane thing kind of came out of left field, so I don't really think it affects Kevin Durant specifically.
You guys got enough first round draft picks? You want 2 more? Here go 2 more for you. Here go 2 more.
You know, let me give you 2 more.
Here go 2 more of those.
Yeah. Is that what is that from?
It's LeBron. It's from LeBron. He was helping, I think it was 2 Chainz. It was LeBron helping 2 Chainz, and LeBron was talking as if he had created what everyone knows to be a deluxe album. And basically LeBron is saying he's saying, what if we added more songs to the end? And that's when he says it. And you know what? Here go 2 more for y'all. If you're going to play it, I don't know. He might cuss it.
Thank y'all for taking on this ride with me. You know what? Here go 2 more for y'all.
And everyone said, now LeBron thinks he created deluxe albums.
Thank y'all for taking on this ride with me. You know what? Here go 2 more for y'all. You know what? Here go 2 more for y'all.
That was the magic to the Grizzlies.
In the Desmond Bane trade, hey, you got KCP, you got Cole Anthony, you got the number 16 pick this year, and you know what?
Here go 2 more for y'all.
Crazy.
Thank y'all for taking on this ride with me. You know what? Here go 2 more for y'all.
Here you go. Thanks for taking KCP just off the team. He was just so bad.
Here go 2 more for y'all.
Thank you for just getting him off of my team.
Yeah, we're so bad at 3-point shooting and so desperate that we just got to say.
Here go 2 more for y'all.
And Desmond Bane, again, these are the other 19 point per game scores, man. You know, here they are. Like I said, Austin Reeves, he's at 20. This is the Scotty Barnes of the world. Anthony Simons, Domantas Sabonis, Alperen Şengün. Those are the 5, including Desmond Bane, obviously. If you're the Blazers, here's a good one. He's 25 years old. I think Desmond Bane is better than him, but they're both getting paid a good chunk of change. Desmond Bane is making more. Are you waking up with a smile on your face and a song in your heart if you're the Blazers for Anthony Simons?
I would say if the Grizzlies came to them and offered Anthony Simons on an expiring contract for Desmond Bane with 4 years, I think the Grizzlies would have asked for a couple more sorry.
Here go 2 more for y'all.
2 more first-round picks.
No, but I'm saying I think the Blazers were probably hoping to send Anthony Simons to Orlando, but other teams that might be looking for a Desmond Bane type of guy. I mean, Anthony Simons is right there.
Yeah, but I don't know how many teams were interested in Desmond Bane like that. I think
just the Magic.
This wasn't a bidding war by any stretch. There were no other teams that were like, well, you know, we were offering 2 first-round picks for Desmond Bane, but then I think the reason the trade got done so fast is Orlando gave Memphis an offer they could not refuse. And again, I said earlier, I understand why Orlando did that. The people who are poo-pooing Orlando in this situation, I think I understand why the Magic made the trade that they did to get Desmond Bane. But I think that was by most people's standards, that was probably an overpay to get Desmond Bane because no one really thinks Desmond Bane is going to...
By everyone's standards.
If Desmond Bane makes a all-star team in the East in the next 2 or 3 years, which again, it's the East, then they just traded for a number 2, which if he's your number 2 and Franz is your number 3, we might have something here.
Texter writes in 530, if the Kings could have gotten Desmond Bane, if the Kings could get the Desmond Bane package for Sabonis, you got to do it, right? So this leads into what we were talking about before. Who's the best player that you would say no to that deal? Obviously, 4 first-round picks, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, his skeleton, and Cole Anthony, right? A serviceable backup point guard who could be maybe a starter at some point. So 2 players, 4 picks. We said, obviously, we would do it for Keegan Murray. 530 is asking, if you could get that package for Domantas Sabonis, would you do it?
Personally, I would say...
Hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
I mean, I think the argument would be you should get more, right? Because Domantas Sabonis is better.
I think the argument would be...
I need 6.
I'm gonna need 6.
And I don't even know what team could do that. But to answer your question, I think Domantas Sabonis is too good. That we might be getting warmer as far as where that line is. Keegan Murray, I'll do that deal.
I just don't think that player exists on the Kings.
No. And I even beyond just the Kings, just trying to figure out who's the player that the team says, I can't do it.
All right, let's do a litmus test here. I have the Ringer top 100 players updated
It's Trey Murphy. I already know.
Trey Murphy is your bar. I was just gonna do guards, but we can do everybody. Let's see. So Desmond Bane is number 47 on the Ringers list.
It's an insane deal, by the way. I still can't get over it.
I'm trying to see, is he... So they have Franz ahead of him. They also have 4 players in the top 66 now, which is pretty good. But let's say...
Well, it didn't help the Kings.
No, did not. So let's go back to the main list. Sorry, I clicked out of it. Sorry, I clicked out of it for a second. But number 46 on here is Scotty Barnes. Do you think the Raptors are coming back and saying, I don't know, it's just a little too rich for my blood with Scotty Barnes if they're offered 4 first-round picks?
I think they're doing it.
You think they would trade?
I think.
He's a little younger, so maybe he has a higher ceiling than Desmond Bane.
I think they're doing it.
Number 48 is Jalen Johnson. Are the Hawks?
Yes.
The Hawks are taking 4 first-round picks and KCP for Jalen Johnson?
Yes.
With 4 years at 23 years old?
I think so.
That's tough. This might be a good test. Number 51. I'm not saying the team would do it because they've refused to trade this guy for years. But number 51 is Tyler Hero.
I thought you were going to say Cam Johnson. I was going to say leave now.
Tyler Hero.
Yes.
You would. I think Miami wouldn't.
Yeah, Miami is just refusing, but I would.
And then this is the funniest one. Maybe you have to take away a first-round pick for this player, but number 54 is Austin Reeves. You mentioned him earlier. The Lakers are saying...
Yeah, they would get KCP, Cole Anthony. They're doing it.
KCP, by the way, if that happened, KCP has stolen so much money from that organization.
Yeah.
Like, he's had 3 stints on the Lakers, all of which he's been overpaid. That would be so funny if he ended up back with LeBron one last time.
I think they're doing. I think almost every team. I cannot believe the Magic gave all of that up. Go the other way. You're going higher. Go lower.
Yeah, I'm going. Oh, so you're saying better players?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's not really fair. The next 2 are Damian Lillard and Kyrie, so let's skip them. This one's a good one. If I make it number 42, Aaron Gordon. You get KCP back. They wanted him real bad.
Yeah, but now Mike Malone's gone.
Michael Malone.
I think you have to do it. It's 4.
But they're not great 4. So
There's 2 unprotected.
Right, but they're Orlando's unprotected. If Paolo is going to be that dude, they're planning to be in the playoffs in 2028 and 2030. Which, again, they have pick 16 this year. The one that is really interesting is the pick swap next year. Because, like I said, it's a very complicated 4-team swap.
Yeah.
And the order goes, the Wizards get the best pick, Memphis gets the second best pick, Orlando gets the third best pick, Phoenix gets the 4th. So if 2 of those teams, Orlando, Memphis, Washington, and Phoenix, more specifically Washington and Phoenix, if both of them are in the lottery next year and both win the lottery, then the Grizzlies just got a top 4 pick in the draft. Now, that's only a scenario where Washington and Phoenix both end up in the lottery and both win the lottery. But that's the one that could end up being a nice little lottery pick for the Grizzlies. But other than that, it's just all late first-round picks and pick swaps.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't find a guy where I wouldn't do that deal.
All right. Well, we got a couple minutes left, so I'll throw a couple more. Number 40, OG Anunoby.
Now we're getting warmer. Because I need more.
The Knicks want more?
I think so.
Remember, they gave up, Quickly and Barrett
for
Anunoby? And obviously they signed him to an extension. He had 1 year left on his deal, but...
I think they would say they need more. Or they would just keep him.
39, Tyrese Maxey.
I mean, I'm getting Maxey one way or the other.
You're doing it because you want Maxey.
That's right. But if I'm the Sixers, I think the Sixers probably do it. I think that's. But again, if I'm the Sixers, looking at the fact that Desmond Bane just went for this, the Sixers probably say we need more.
The Sixers would do this if But I think the experiment was how good of a player does Bane have to be to make the deal not worth it?
Right.
So I think the Sixers would do this if, like, the medicals are saying Joel Embiid's knees are dust.
Right.
And we got to tank this thing. We got to go to the bottom. It's going to be Jared McCain and VJ Edgecombe and the young guys for the future. I'll just wrap it. Funny enough, the next one on the list is Franz Wagner.
And I'm not doing it.
You would.
I love Franz Wagner.
Again, in a hypothetical war, Orlando is trading for Franz Wagner. Derek White.
I would do it for Derek White. I think we're going to see.
You would have done that trade.
I would have done it. Yeah. I don't think that's too much for Derek White. I think it's too much for Desmond Bane, which is the whole reason we're here. But
I'm going to skip one because it doesn't really work. Zubac.
Yeah. I think that fits. I think that's probably a lot. I think that might be too much for.
And then now here's the last one, which is, I think, our barometer here. Ja Morant. Would you have done this trade package?
Yes.
If I'm the Grizzlies, I think I'm asking for a little bit more for Ja Morant.
Now you are, but I think they would have if you replaced that with Ja Morant and we never saw it was for Desmond Bane. I don't think anybody would have said it was too much. Or I don't think anybody would have said it's not enough.
Yeah, I think people wouldn't be saying, "Wow, Orlando gave up so much for Ja Morant."
Right. But they did it for Desmond Bane.
But I think people would have said, I think both teams kind of made out okay if we were making it Ja Morant.
Yeah.
I think people would say both teams ended up okay.
Crazy stuff. And I think that this helps DeMar DeRozan. I think it helps Zach LaVine if that question comes up. But ultimately, we will see. Speaking of trades, the Giants made a move as well. Rafael Devers traded to the Giants for Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, and 2 prospects. We'll hear what Buster Posey had to say when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center for your Monday. Seeing the sunshine and feeling the warm. Temperatures today peak in the mid to upper 80s. That Delta breeze refreshes and increases overnight tonight. Drops us back to low 50s first thing Tuesday morning. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-431-8958. That's 800-431-8958.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by Navy Federal Credit Union. Navy Federal offers a home buyer's choice loan that can open the door to affordable home ownership because their home buyer's choice loan has no down payment options available, which means you don't need to wait years to save. Plus, you may be able to lower your rate in the future without refinancing with our no refi rate drop. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Terms and conditions apply. Equal housing lender. Loan subject to approval and eligibility requirements. Learn more at NavyFederal.org.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
12:30, taking you up to 2 p.m. And Rafael Devers hopes to take the Giants back to the playoffs. We say goodbye to Kyle Harrison, De La Salle's finest. Jordan Hicks. Is he a starter? Is he a closer? Who cares? He's not a Giant anymore. And 2 prospects in a really aggressive deal for the Giants, as Buster Posey is in control of things now. And Buster Posey is trying to make it known that we're not bleeping around. And we are going to be aggressive as long as everyone that pays the paychecks or signs the paychecks, I should say, is okay with it. And we know that money is crazy in Major League Baseball. So they pay Devers, or they will pay Devers full contract, $252 million over 9 seasons through 2033. Obviously, there was some drama with Rafael Devers early on this season as the Red Sox traded for Alex Bregman. And Devers said, I'm not leaving third base. I'm not doing it. Well, he's changed his tune a little bit here because you don't have a choice and you're getting paid a lot of money. He says he's willing to play anywhere, including first base, if it helps the team win. And yeah, normally after a trade, and actually, you know what? They got me again. It is the baseball Centel.
Oh, you got Centel?
Yes, the
Ain't
baseball
no way.
Centel.
Hold up.
Yep. It's not talking baseball from John Boy, talking baseball.
Baseball. Yeah,
I got it.
Wow,
so we don't know what he said.
Well, that's crazy.
Yeah, so we don't know if he said anything. He probably hasn't said anything.
Well, he hasn't had a press conference yet.
No, he said nothing.
Buster said, I think he was on their flagship the other day, and Buster said, we're going to talk to him in person about it, right? We haven't asked him about the position because he's not even here yet. So we can't really have those conversations yet, which honestly, I think you probably can. If you're going to sign someone for 8.5 years, $252 million, who most baseball people, there's a really great account that does like baseball trade values, and everyone's kind of agreeing that Devers was an overpay on his contract because he's essentially a $30 million DH. But the pieces they gave away were also very good. I feel like if you're going to make that giant commitment, you should probably talk to the guy about what position he's going to play for your team.
Yeah, for those wondering, Matt Chapman is 32. So that's at least 2 more years, at least, at third base. This is what Jeff Passan had to say. The Rafael Devers to San Francisco blockbuster has executives across baseball confounded. On one hand, the Red Sox got out from a deal every model in baseball has underwater and got talent back. On the other, a team with talent and momentum just traded its best hitter. What's clear, Buster Posey is running the Giants to win and win now. $250 million plus owed Devers. Doesn't matter. And 5 years after the Red Sox moved Mookie Betts, they made a deal they knew would be very unpopular because the Mets said it was a very good one for Boston. So everybody is saying that the Giants took on a bad contract. TLDR, too long, don't read. Everybody is saying the Giants took on a bad contract.
Well, and gave up valuable pieces in return. I mean, Kyle Harrison is a former number 1 prospect in their system. They gave up, I don't remember the guy's name, but he was the number 13 pick in last year's draft from, I want to say, Florida State. So Dave got a new friend out there in Boston.
Yeah, James Tibbs.
Yeah, James Tibbs was the 13th pick in last year's draft. They gave up a high A pitcher. Jordan Hicks, again, is a pitcher, but was also probably a little bit overpaid. So I don't know if the Giants really are hurting moving on from Jordan Hicks. They gave up a lot to get Rafael Devers, and it's unclear how he kind of fits into their picture other than the brother's going to get on base for, what is it? He has like a 405 OPS or on base percentage this year. Dude's going to draw a lot of walks and dude's going to get a lot of hits. And they just kind of are going to insert him and figure out the rest later, it seems like.
Yeah, and I had people texting me, hey, what do you think they're going to do? And I thought the talking Basabel was real. And I said, well, didn't he say he's not tripping? But apparently we don't know yet, and Buster doesn't know yet. Kyle, we have that sound from Buster as he is just kind of laying out what the decision was and just gives credit to ownership. Here it is.
What can you say to fans out there and to us about what did ownership say when you said we got to take on 8.5 years, $255 million?
Well, huge credit to our ownership group. I mean, it's as I've gotten to know them more post-playing career, it's very evident that this group is passionate about trying to put not just a winning team on the field. They want a championship caliber team out there, and this is a huge signal. I mean, we've pitched really well this year. Offense has been up and down. So to commit to this guy for this type of money, for this length, just really hopefully signals to the fan base that to be a San Francisco Giant means that we're our goal is to be the last one standing. I think it's what our fan base deserves. I've mentioned it a lot throughout my career and now post-playing career is that ultimately that's our goal.
Buster, how do you feel about what does it say about the moves being made? Yeah, they paying, not me. So I'm glad we could get it done.
Buster, that was kind of like the Tom Cruise joke where he's like, what are you doing for Father's Day? He's like, movies, big screen. It's like, Buster, why did you take on the contract? Winning, ownership.
Yeah.
Commitment
to winning.
Yeah, it's just like I'm not saying they're making it up on the fly, but like Rafael Devers is a very good player. I don't know, as bad as the Giants' bats were and as desperate as they were for a hitter, the 2 positions that were going great were third base and DH.
Yeah,
and they just traded for a third baseman /DH. And look, maybe Wilmer Flores isn't part of their long-term plan, or he'll be a long-term first baseman. But you make that trade without regard to what Wilmer Flores is going to be. But
yeah, but you also, I know, like I said, Matt Chapman's 32. I would say, hey, you're going to second base. I mean, second base is, kind of been up. I saw Tyro Estrada pop up. That was my hot take about 2-3 years ago, that he was going to take a leap, and then he never played and then got traded. So, the Brett Wisleys of the world, and they're kind of just trying to figure it out. That would be where I would put Devers.
Sure. You're saying Devers at second?
Yeah, I would.
I think that's what the Red Sox tried to do, and he was not having it.
I don't care. Yeah, and that got him traded.
Yeah, but I think he's kind of happy with the trade. I think he wanted to be out of Boston.
But that's what I'm saying, Kyle. If he's happy with the trade, he knows Matt Chapman's playing third base.
But I don't know. I think he's happy to get out of Boston, but I don't know what San Francisco. Yeah, I think to your point, Devers being at first base or second base makes a long-term sense. Because Devers, from what I understand, he's a fine defensive player. Like, he's not a Gold Glover.
I'm looking here. They won the 2018 World Series. He's a 3-time All-Star, a 2-time Silver Slugger. And Matt Chapman is a 5-time Gold Glover and a 2-time Platinum Glover.
Yeah.
There is no conversation.
No, but the thing that would make sense is slotting him in at DH. That's what he was playing for the Red Sox.
Yes.
But then you have to justify.
Well, that's what I can't pay that to a DH.
The Red Sox didn't. 8.5 years and 2. And by the way, his bat has still been excellent. He's got like a 900 OPS this year with like 15 homers. He has been a very good hitter. He will probably be an all-star this season. But
Giants get their all-star.
But the flip side of it is, at what cost, right? How does this inhibit your ability to make other moves? And again, maybe the Giants ownership doesn't have the same financial restrictions they were putting on Farhan. I don't know, but it's a very quick.
Farhan would never have made this trade, even if he could have.
But I feel like they've kind of swung in the opposite direction now, because now they're paying. Let's say they put him at second base, right? You're now paying. I'm doing quick math in my head. $600 million for your infield. Mm-hmm. You got Chapman at $160 million. You got Adames at $170 million.
This is what happens when don't blame the Giants. It's the division. You got to keep up with the Dodgers,
or get a young player who fits one of those positions.
It hasn't worked.
But to your point, I don't know if the solution is to do what Texas did when Texas won the World Series, which was bought Corey Seager, bought Marcus Semien, just threw it all together. Maybe it's going to work for the Giants, but Texas is kind of a unique case of it working. That's what I'm saying. They're trying the Texas model is essentially what this is.
Yeah, 272 batting average, 47 runs, 58 RBIs, 1 stolen base, 15 dingers. Let me ask this question. If Rafael Devers hits 15 more, does that end the streak? No Giant has hit 30 home runs since Barry Bonds. Would it end even though he only spent half or what? Not even half. It would be what? Half the season? About half?
No, not even half.
Not even half. So it would be more than half.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
no, he's on pace for like 34. I don't think it counts because he only hit 19 of them with the Giants. But if next year he hits 30 homers,
it does
I think
count.
It counts. No, he didn't hit if he hits 45 homers on the season, it would count. But he's not a 30 home run guy for the Giants.
When we return, Shams has been busy today. This former Sacramento King exec has found another job. We'll tell you who it is. Don't move. Bounce out. Second Sports.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for American Energy, and oh my goodness, I'm born and raised here. I know it gets hot, but my goodness, we're already seeing 100-degree days. Listen to me. You do not want your system to conk out in the middle of June or July or August with one of those big 100-degree stretches. You want to make sure you're good all summer long. And my friends at American Energy Heating and Air can do that with a $24.50 tune-up right now. That's half price. And if you need a new system, $3,500 off, up to $3,500 off in rebates for qualified systems. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Call them right now, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Now through June 22nd at Big O Tires, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select Big O brand tires. And every set is backed by our industry-leading ProTech Plus protection warranty. Installation purchase required. Disposal fees extra. Not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Busy day for Shams. Former Sacramento Kings general manager Monty McNair, the 2022-2023 NBA Executive of the Year, is joining the Los Angeles Clippers in an advisor role, sources tell ESPN.
Congratulations.
Is this how you just got to work your way back, right? Because obviously, I would assume most GMs that get canned don't just, not like a coach, right? You don't get canned and then get another GM role. So now he's kind of got to be an advisor for a year.
Scott Perry went and did television.
Yeah.
And podcasts.
I don't think Monty ain't doing
Don't
TV.
forget my podcast.
By the way, actually, I'm glad you brought him up.
Are you doing the silly Motivation Monday thing?
I don't think it was officially Motivation Monday, but I got to double check. Hold on. I'm glad you brought him up.
Today is Monday.
It is. Here we go. It is Monday. Hashtag. And you better stop, Kyle, because we're going to get him on the show. All right. Say you love Motivation
I'll
Monday.
tell him I think Motivation Monday is corny. If we get him on the show, I will tell it to his face.
You will not, okay?
There's nothing wrong with it. I just think it's corny.
You will not. You will not be working that day when we have Scott Perry on. Or for that segment.
I'll stand on business, Allen.
No, you won't. Not if we get Scott Perry on the show. This is what he said. At 4, you talk about grind. You want to hear about grinding? This is at 4:28 in the morning. 4:28 in the morning. We need to develop patience and endurance for lasting achievement. We often expect immediate results and instant gratification, but any worthwhile endeavor entails much trial and error. Learn to look at each setback encountered not as failure, but as necessary to get you one step closer to ultimate success. Stay patient and consistent in your efforts, and you will find victory. Hashtag Monday Motivation. What does that mean? The Kings will stink next season. That's what it means. It means we're probably not going to be good next season. But we have to look at the long term. I'm kidding. Kind of.
Yeah, but kind of.
But hey, we often expect immediate results. Hey, basically, this is not my team. Scott Perry is saying, hey, y'all, this is not my team, by the way. I got to clean up a couple messes here.
But any worthwhile endeavor entails much trial and error. Learn to look at each setback not as a failure, but as necessary to get you one step closer to ultimate success.
Mm-hmm.
In a weird way, he's kind of just talking about the Giannis, like there's levels to winning championships quote. This is just kind of a different variation of it.
There you go. There you go.
There you go. What?
I read that at 4:28 this morning. Ready to go, man. Coffee. I wonder if he's on the East Coast. That's still 7:30. But
why would he be? He's in Sacramento.
4:28 in the morning, dude.
Yeah.
That's before Jason. That's before Dave.
Not before Christopher Laud.
That's before Christopher Laud.
No, buddy. You've never had to produce the morning show, buddy. That alarm goes off at 4 a.m.
Before all of them, man. Just grinding. He saw Desmond Bane go for 4 and KCP Skeleton and Cole Anthony. He said, I'm not sleeping, dude. I'm up at 4.
I gotta call the Raptors and convince them.
I gotta call the Raptors and give me RJ Barrett.
give me back my guy, RJ Barrett.
Give me RJ Barrett, 3 firsts, and you can have DeMar DeRozan is yours. And Grady Dick.
What about Grady Dick now? We're getting him?
916 says, bleep that motivational speech. Okay.
Stay patient and consistent in your efforts, and you will find victory.
So this is what we have now.
This is all we have.
This is all we have now.
Because Monty McNair is hit with the Clippers.
Monty McNair is in an advisor role. And you know what? I'll give it to Scott Perry because I'm reading the comments here. And obviously they're talking about Vivek and Scott Perry. He's still out here tweeting. He didn't turn his comments off, unlike the A's, who won a series, by the way.
They swept him.
Yeah. The A's won a series.
They swept a playoff team from last year.
What a weird weekend in sports. My guy, JJ Spawn, who is a 2-time girl dad, like I will be in a couple months. He's 5'8". He came out of nowhere. He's a girl dad, and he won the U.S. Open.
You won the U.S. Open.
Pretty much. If I golfed, I'm JJ Spawn.
You won the U.S. Open. He's also 34 years old.
He's 34 years old. He wins it, okay? You have the A's winning a series.
Yeah. You have Rafael Devers getting traded
to the Giants. Desmond Bane for 18 first rounders.
You had a funny Desmond Bane story. I think mine might be funnier of what happened with that. So yesterday I was at my brother's college graduation. Mm-hmm. Shout out to him. Graduation ceremony was at 8 a.m. Mm-hmm. So we're up 6:30, just going.
And why is he graduate? It's June 16th. When are these graduations going to stop? What is happening?
I think this was the last one. He had the last one. This is UCLA. They got the quarter system going on.
All right.
So, anyways, we're in Westwood at Pauley Pavilion. Phones off until we're just taking photos. We go to lunch, all the family, etc. I get to the airport. At this point, I know Devers has been traded because my brother and I were talking. He's like, "Oh, by the way, Devers got traded to the Giants." I was like, "Oh, that's crazy."
How does your brother know who's graduating and you don't know?
But I don't have notifications on my phone. So he got a notification on his phone, and us being chronic sports people, it was like, oh, hey, we're at graduation lunch, but by the way, Rafael Devers just got traded to the Giants. So anyways, so I get to the airport. It's like 5:30. I'm like, oh, I got to figure out what's going on with this Devers thing. Mm-hmm. And then 20 minutes into that, I'm like, oh, wait, Desmond Bane got traded to the Grizzlies or traded to the Magic? Like 8 hours later, had no idea Desmond Bane got traded
for 8,000 draft picks and players.
And I just had no idea all day. 10 hours later, I figured out, oh, wait, Desmond Bane also got traded. That's kind of crazy.
So everything that we, I guess, kind of feared. If you're a buyer, if you wake up today and you're a buyer, you're thinking, what is wrong with you, Orlando? What is actually wrong with you? If you're a seller, you're saying, thank you, Orlando. Because now Cam Johnson's worth 3 again. He's back to 3. 3 first rounders for Cam Johnson.
Devin Carter and Kevin Huerter.
Yeah.
That was the package they wanted before. I'm still thinking about Monty McNair a little bit too. Like, I know that the Kings are going to get bagged on for trading Tyrese Halliburton. Is that going to stick to Monty McNair? The fact that he traded Tyrese Halliburton?
It should.
Because he won Executive of the Year for trading Tyrese Halliburton.
Well, I don't think it will because of, I think that Athletic article might have saved Monty McNair's career. I think when it all came out and it all kind of suggested or inferred that all the moves after moving Tyrese, a lot of the moves after moving Tyrese weren't his. I think that kind of saved his career. He could even argue, look, I should have made a move. If he is interviewing for a job, right, and he's going to be an advisor, I don't really know what that means for the Clippers. Hey, I should have made a move after the Beam Team season, but a lot of people were connected to this team, and we had just ended that drought, so it was a little complicated. Then after that, the reports are already out. I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but I am a basketball guy. I would have never put DeMar DeRozan on that team if it were up to me. Now, his potential employer can believe him or not believe him, but yeah, I think to your point, does one great year, right? Or he could still say, you could still say, look at the Kings. Everything's relative. We still had the most, I got fired, but we still had the most success we had in 2 decades.
Yeah, I'm an Executive of the Year.
So it wasn't good enough for Vivek, but, I don't even know. He was the one making the decisions anyway.
He made arguably the best value draft pick in the NBA of the last 5 years in Tyrese Halliburton, getting that player at pick number 12 on your first try, like your first draft, you get that player at number 12. You made arguably the best value draft pick of the last 5 years in the NBA, but you also traded that guy, but you also won Executive of the Year for trading that guy.
Right. I don't think it,
I don't know if it's going to stick.
I don't think it's going to stick. I think that they had enough success. It just was a matter of what happened the years following that. 916-339-1140, call line, text in merch, all caps. If you want a chance to win a DeMar DeRozan signed jersey. Speaking of DeMar DeRozan, I'm kind of sad that it seems like this thing isn't going to work out. And I got some sound from a podcast that he did that just kind of reminded me that DeMar DeRozan, as a basketball player, we should never sleep on, even if it probably isn't going to work out in Sacramento. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hot summer savings explode at Maida's Elk Grove Chevy. Save $12,000 off MSRP after rebates. Every new 2025 Silverado half-ton LT and RST in stock.
Maida Chevy has similar savings on every new Silverado. One of the largest selections in the Sacramento area.
$12,000 off new Silverado exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
West rating 2011 or newer. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, brightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests, Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise Guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Need a new water heater? Call Bell Brothers. Need a free plumbing estimate? Call Bell Brothers. Have a clogged drain? Call Bell Brothers and we'll unclog it for only $67, plus free camera inspection, valued at $250. We don't guess at plumbing and drain problems. We used advanced camera inspections and diagnostics. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. The price we quote is the price you pay. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience, we get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
I already got, it's called Centelled today, but the baseball version, when it came to something Rafael Devers didn't say.
Got Jumboyd.
Yeah. As far as him being willing to play other positions. I'm trying to confirm here, Kyle. This is from King's Lead, but Jake Fisher put out a piece. What was it? He put out a piece yesterday, and apparently in the piece, he mentioned that the Kings are telling agents that they expect to get a first-round pick around the early 20s. So I've seen it a couple places. I believe that it is confirmed, but yeah, we will get triple confirmation for you on that.
Not getting fooled again.
So I'm saying it on the air, but I'm saying we are trying to triple confirm that. But it does seem like that is what Jake Fisher wrote in his latest piece on his Substack.
You said it was mid to late 20s.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the teams that are currently sitting in the mid to late 20s. You've got...
Well, no. Actually, according to the report, it says early 20s.
Oh, early 20s. Okay. Yeah. By the way, fun side note, only 2 teams in the entire... So you know how there's 16 picks outside of the lottery?
Mm-hmm.
Only 2 of them have never been traded. That's kind of crazy. It's Indiana and Boston. But anyways, so if it's early 20s, we're talking about Miami, Utah, Atlanta, Indiana, Oklahoma City, and the aforementioned.
Well, I would say.
And Brooklyn.
Right. Could be. I could say, yeah, it would be a team, I guess, that's kind of more win now and willing to kick down because the Kings would probably be giving up a future.
Or moving up from 42. So, like, maybe they're giving the other team 42.
Right, but they'd have to give them something else, too.
Yeah.
So,
I guess Miami seems like they're going to stick and pick, considering that's the pick they got for Jimmy Butler. I could be wrong. Maybe they use it to get DeRozan, but...
Yeah, you said, yeah, Miami could convince himself that they have convinced themselves they're win now. Utah just wants, I think, just is in more of a position to keep it.
Danny Ainge's just getting all second-round picks.
Yeah,
We'll send you 3 second-round picks.
Who else did you mention?
Atlanta, there's in talks that they might move up in the draft because they have pick 13 and 22. Indiana.
I could see Indiana.
But what do the Kings have that Indiana would want?
It could be, they're the Kings. So if the Kings are the bigger question is, why are the Kings trying to get into the first round if they're willing to give up a future first to get, because they really want to get
this year,
then if I'm the Pacers, everybody jokes the Kings first round picks are like gold.
Right, but if you're trading for pick 23, you're obviously putting protections on the pick you're giving up next year, right? There's no way they would trade pick 23 if it meant like they could end up in the top 10 next year.
Yeah.
It'd probably be like a top 15 protected pick next year or something. I don't know. OKC. Sure.
They don't need it. They don't need anything.
They
really
just kick the pick down the road with their championship.
So I'm saying Pacers, yes.
Then
OKC, yes.
Brooklyn.
No, they would probably want it, right?
Unless they're trading down to get again a future first. Then you have.
I can see them. They don't need it right now.
I mean, they just traded one of them.
Right. They've traded a lot of them. So,
it wouldn't be the craziest thing.
No, you know what? They are literally, I don't want any picks.
By the way, how funny is that they gave up so many picks and still kept the 25th pick this year?
Yeah.
That's kind of weird. How did they still end up with a first round pick?
Yeah. I don't know. So we'll get some more confirmation on that. We did want to play this DeMar DeRozan sound. He was on a podcast and kind of just giving it's the Y Network by Dwayne Wade. So Dwayne Wade is doing his podcast thing, and DeMar DeRozan was on it. And
Dwayne Wade, DeMar DeRozan, Miami Heat. Is there a sign?
If they don't get Durant, then there could be a sign. But this was DeMar DeRozan basically just giving us a look into his mentality and how he kind of goes about his business.
I don't drink. Never had a drink in my life. Not saying nothing wrong with it, but I've never had a drink in my life.
Like ever?
Never had a drink. Wow. None of that. So
that's solid.
I just always kind of looked at it from the standpoint of like, my whole goal of hooping was like, I want to be able to play as long as I can. You know what I mean? And when I came in the league, I used to make fun of all the old heads. Like, man, why you putting ice on? It's like, well, I'm telling you, you better start putting ice on before you start to need it. And I'm like, all right, I'm putting ice on. Nothing hurting. You know what I mean? Nothing hurting. I'm doing it. You know what I mean? I ice tub. All right, I'm about to start ice tubbing just because. But it became such a routine and something that was a necessity for me to have. So it just led me down the tunnel. Like, what all can I do to prolong whatever it is that I want to do? You know what I mean? If it's eating healthy, taking care of myself, you know, all right, sleep. I just try to find every avenue to try to prolong whatever it is.
So that was DeMar DeRozan on Dwayne Wade's podcast. And, you know, I just was listening to this. I came across it and I was watching it. And it just made me think, I really hope we can compartmentalize DeMar DeRozan on the Kings and DeMar DeRozan as a basketball player, because sometimes I'm reading the text line or the Sack Chat or callers, and I do it myself because it just didn't work. But Yeah, DeMar DeRozan as a basketball player, he might need to change some of the stuff he does, just as far as, he can't have the ball maybe as much as he has had it, or is he going to have to come off the bench so he can play like that? Who knows? But this just kind of put into perspective how good he is and how much of a professional he is. And you know what? Whether it was Monty's decision, Wes's decision, Vivek's decision, we'll probably find out in another year or two, something like that. But I could see how they wanted to convince themselves that it could work. They just didn't do enough outside of DeMar DeRozan in order for it to work, because somebody wants DeMar DeRozan right now, but it's just he needs to be in a better suited position for what he brings to the table, and or he might need to change his game a little bit. I don't think DeMar DeRozan I don't think he would have been able to change his game enough for it to work in Sacramento. And there's still a small part of me that wishes that they didn't have those injuries early on for that, stretch of 7 games or something, and maybe we would have saw more of them together. But DeMar DeRozan, the argument that he did or didn't work, I think that for the first iteration of it, I would make the argument that we didn't see enough. I was talking to, Ramsey was in on Friday, and Ramsey said he needed to see more from this iteration of the team. I'm more confident that I don't need to see more from this iteration of the team. I'm more confident that I do not need to see that, versus I kind of wish that I saw more of the first version.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
DeMar, we talked about this before even the Fox trade happened, which was DeMar DeRozan is probably a number 3 at this point in his career on a quality team, right? He was a number 1, number 2 in Toronto. They made it to conference finals, had the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference one year. And then after he left Toronto, they got better without him. And in the...
Well, they didn't... Well, don't say it like that. They upgraded.
They upgraded to Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, you say the way you said it made it seem like he left and they just played better.
No. They upgraded to Kawhi Leonard, and it was very clear, like the difference between them not winning the championship and winning the championship was Kawhi Leonard versus DeMar DeRozan. And in the 6 years that followed between San Antonio and Chicago, DeMar DeRozan made the playoffs twice. They went 7 games against the Nuggets with the Spurs, 5 games against the Bucks in 2021, and the rest was play-ins and missed playoffs, right? So as a number 1, they were consistently a 6, 7, 8, 9 seed. And now he had an opportunity to be a number 3, but a number 2 scoring option because Domantas Sabonis is such a unique player. And they lost a bunch of clutch time games. Maybe it was luck. Maybe it was they were trying to figure out who gets the ball down the stretch and how to run the offense. But to your point, they gave up on that too quick. 31 games in to punt on the season and fire Mike Brown was too small of a sample size to know whether it was going to work or not, which leads me to think DeRozan was just set up to fail from the very beginning. If it was only going to take 31 games to end that experiment with that group.
I need to double check, and we'll have to do some cross-referencing, Kyle, but it's 31 games minus, it was at least 5 where they were not at full strength in that 31. It might be more than that.
Yeah, it was. I think it was so there was a 10-game stretch at the beginning of the season. Remember, he had like the most 20-point games to start a Kings career. It was like 10 games. Then there was 10 games where...
And to be fair, they weren't winning those games. They didn't start hot, which we knew it would take time, though.
They were 6-5.
Yeah.
And again, that's a super small sample size, but they were an above 500 team before I remember Keegan got hurt because that was when De'Aaron had to have the 60-point games.
Right. Keegan was out. I think Sabonis missed some. I know
I think it
DeMar
was
missed.
Monk.
Oh yeah, Malik Monk missed some time, and DeMar DeRozan missed some time.
And then Keegan got hurt, which is why Jay Crowder started a random game at one point.
Yeah, and that was
around Thanksgiving.
That was in Minnesota.
Yes.
That was in Minnesota, and they won that game.
Yeah, and then they played Portland and lost, and everyone was like, oh my God, I can't believe they just lost to Portland. But again, even of those 31 games, to your point, it was really like 20.
Mm-hmm.
And then, by the way, after they fired Mike Brown at full strength, they went on a 7-game winning streak.
Right.
So, like, even if you don't want to say the Mike Brown thing killed the vibes or killed that team's chances, it fast-tracked a De'Aaron Fox trade, which is ultimately the thing we're talking about, right? Like, all these players were not set up to succeed last season because you blew up the roster in the middle of the season. And DeMar did well in that situation, but it was back to DeMar being a number one, which, like we talked about before, that it didn't work in San Antonio and it didn't work in Chicago, and prompted both of those teams to start rebuilds.
It almost feels like DeMar DeRozan is the most elite, not elite player in, I don't want to say the history of the game, but if there was a top 10 for elite, the closest thing to elite without being elite, DeMar DeRozan would probably be top 5.
I always think of him as just always top 7. He was always a top 7 player of his generation in a league where only 4 to 5 players win championships. Also was in a weird era where LeBron won every Eastern Conference championship, was one of those people that, like, if that Raptors team had existed in this era, they'd probably win an Eastern Conference, right? They just happened to exist at the same time as the LeBron super teams that won 8 straight conference championships.
Yeah.
Kind of like how James Harden in any other era would have a championship.
Yeah, I was thinking about James Harden too, but I feel that, and maybe it's because DeMar DeRozan never won an MVP, right? It's almost like there's levels to things, because there's they're all 1%ers, but there's the 1%ers of the NBA, and James Harden is closer to a 1%er than he's closer than DeMar DeRozan, but then you have a cutoff because obviously James Harden, he's got more personal accolades than DeMar DeRozan, but he did not, neither of them brought home the ring at any point in time. So I think DeMar DeRozan.
Another person I think of in this era kind of like that is Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell is kind of the perennial all-star, going to be a Hall of Famer, great regular season teams.
Doesn't scare you.
Doesn't scare you, and repeatedly we see the evidence of why not.
Right. This is why James Harden doesn't scare you. DeMar DeRozan didn't scare you.
2018 James Harden scared me. There was a moment in time where James Harden scared me.
And if there's no Warriors, you're completely right. I don't know. The DeMar DeRozan thing, and if there's no LeBron, I guess that just opens a whole nother realm of possibilities.
Right.
But the Rockets were so good, you could say if they weren't going up against arguably the best team in the history of the game, they were going to win it. You couldn't say that. I don't think you could say that as easily about those Raptors teams.
Yes, I agree. Because just going based off of muscle memory here. So that Raptors team in 2014 made it to the second round and lost to LeBron. I think it was the Heat or maybe it was the Pacers. Maybe they lost to the Pacers. In 2016, they made it to the conference finals and lost in, I want to say, 6 to the Cavs. And that was the year the Cavs came back from down 3-1 and were obviously a better team. But Toronto could have beat one of those LeBron teams. And then, of course, there's the famous 2018. They won 58 games, number 1 seed in the East, and LeBron and a bunch of bums went into Toronto and swept them, right? That's the famous one.
Is that? Yeah, that might have been, because I think Donovan Mitchell still has more time, but that's probably when I think things changed for DeMar DeRozan as far as how we viewed him, and just, maybe he's not. Maybe he's not. Because, this was when Steph was just starting to get going. A ton of people weren't launching threes yet. So there was still a mid-range game. That wasn't why you didn't respect DeMar DeRozan. I think it just kind of turned into, oh, you're not. Yeah, this is just not going to work.
Well, we know what it was. I don't think it was that moment, but people forget it just because it happened so fast. That sweep against the Cavs with LeBron and the other Cavaliers and the nobodies, that happened. That was DeMar's last game in Toronto because it was that summer that they traded him to San Antonio. I think the thing that changed I think it permanently changed his career is they traded him for Kawhi, and obviously they gave up Jakob Poeltl and some other pieces, but they traded him for Kawhi and won the championship without him. He was the dynasty begins after you case study because we had never seen anything like it. We had never seen a team import a superstar like that for 1 year and win a championship.
I'm going to do it. Okay, because I still put an asterisk next to that championship because there's no Kevin Durant. Do you think the Raptors would have beat the Warriors? Because here's the thing. I don't think that the Raptors get there because I don't think that they beat the Sixers.
Yes.
But let's just forget that. Just put them back in the finals with no Kevin Durant. Do you think, and you put in DeMar DeRozan instead of Kawhi Leonard, do they beat the Warriors?
Still no Kevin Durant, and Klay Thompson tears his knee in Game 6.
That's right. Fred VanVleet changed the trajectory of his family's life forever.
I don't want to be
Pascal went crazy.
I don't want to be disrespectful, but I think we would have gone to Game 7, and I think Game 7...
The Warriors?
I think Game 7... I'm not saying the Warriors would have won. I'm saying we would have gone to a Game 7 because one of those games, I can't remember. I think it was Game 3. Steph had like 47 points, and the only reason they lost was because Kawhi had like 38. I think that game you can flip the result because they didn't have Kawhi. Then they would have gone to a Game 7. And I'll just say Game 7, Steph Curry and Draymond and the nobodies against that Raptors team. I'm not saying the Raptors would have lost that game. I'm just saying it would have been a Game 7 in Toronto where we're asking DeMar DeRozan to win a Game 7 against Steph Curry.
Yeah, I saw who is the worst player for your team that got critical playoff minutes, and all of the Warriors fans just kept posting Quinn Cook because he was playing a lot.
I will never forget. It was the end of Game 6 where Draymond did the kind of smart thing of calling the timeout and getting the technical to keep the clock from running out.
Yeah.
And it was Quinn Cook and Andre Iguodala who were the ones diving on the ball. I was like, why is Quinn Cook playing closing minutes of an NBA Finals game?
He got big minutes, man. And I think he got a deal. I think he went to the Lakers.
No, he won because he won the championship in the bubble.
Right.
And I only know that because famously, so the bubble, they had to shuttle people back and forth to their hotels. Mm-hmm. And after the Lakers won the championship, they left Quinn Cook at the stadium and they had to turn the bus around to pick up Quinn Cook after they were going to the hotel to celebrate. He was on IG Live like, yo, they left me behind.
Ridiculous. Speaking of the Warriors, friend of the show, Mike Scotto, put out a new Hoops Hype article. You can go check that out at hoopshype.com. And he says, Miami has prioritized pursuits of Giannis if he became available this summer, and Durant, whom they're actively trying to acquire, on their wish list ahead of Kuminga, who's viewed as a fallback option to the two superstars. Are the Warriors going to get Andrew Wiggins back?
That would be funny if they did, but if Jimmy Butler had anything to say about it, he would not have Wiggins on his team.
This is what we keep talking about when it comes to how teams are viewed. Because the Miami Heat right now, they're that friend that you have, guy or gal, that just doesn't have a type. Doesn't have a type. They want Giannis, they want Durant, and if they don't get that, we'll just go with 22-year-old Kuminga. Even though we're a win now, what are they doing?
Look, Pat Riley doesn't rebuild, man. Whatever they're doing,
He's
we know.
He's 22. What is he going to help you with right now?
I don't know, man. I don't know what Miami's plan is, because I think the underlying point of all of this is like, we know Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo are not good enough to win anything, right?
Oh, look at that big three. Bam, Kuminga, and Tyler Hero.
But that's kind of their problem, right? Is like, the reason Pat Riley brought back Jimmy Butler for this year, even though it was a terrible idea to not offer him a contract extension and bring him back, was when Jimmy Butler was healthy, they won the Eastern Conference with a big three of Jimmy Butler, Tyler Hero, and Bam Adebayo, right? So they're just looking for another Jimmy Butler. And I think they believe if you just import a younger Jimmy Butler, they can recreate what they had in 2023. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think they believe if we just find our Jimmy Butler, then we can recreate the magic. Not the Orlando Magic, but we can recreate the magical championship run we had during the last, what was that? That was 24 months ago. They were in the finals 24 months ago with that group.
If this was the Kings and these reports were coming out, people would say, what are they doing? What are they doing? You're trying to Durant and Giannis, cool. But I don't understand where Jonathan Kuminga falls into play here before DeMar DeRozan.
I mean, is it the dual timelines thing? Because then they would have Jovic, Jaime, Khalil Ware, the 20th pick in the draft, and Kuminga, and Tyler Hero, who I think is like the same age as one of those guys.
I don't know.
I genuinely, I'm with you. I don't know, but they don't rebuild. And so this, I guess in that way, Kuminga is a way to not rebuild.
Yeah. Some in style, out of style coming up next, and a little bit more on the trade candidate of the day, Andrew Wiggins, down south, Sacktown Sports.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra. Tickets are available now at CITPFest.com.
Trey Songz, live. All the hits, all in one night. Trey Songz. Friday, June 20th, the venue at Thunder Valley. With special guest Jeremiah. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com and see the show. Trey Songz, Friday, June 20th, the venue at Thunder Valley.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
On Friday, June 27th, the Sacramento River Cats are celebrating baseball legend and Sacramento's own Dusty Baker. The first 2,500 fans on June 27th receive a free Dusty Baker bobblehead. Get your tickets now at rivercats.com.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
916-339-1140 if you want a chance to win a DeMar DeRozan signed jersey. Text merch, all caps, to 916-339-1140. Text in merch, and you will have that opportunity. It's not just today, though. We're doing it all week, so there'll be different words you have to text in, and then if you've been on top of it and you've hit majority of the words, your number will be thrown into a hat, figuratively speaking, and we will choose the winner.
It's kind of like that coin toss for the lottery picks. It's technically an electronic drawing system, but it's thrown in a hat, right?
That's right.
It's better to call it thrown in a hat.
If you are just now joining the show, I had an announcement earlier today that September I will be gone for a bit of time with baby number 2 on the way. Baby sister will be here at the beginning of September. So we're starting to let people know about that. And, I'll be obviously out. And, Kyle, I'm excited now, man. I'm going to have my shortstop and my second baseman, and we're going to be ready to rock and roll.
Running those ground ball double plays.
Oh, yeah. Or maybe it'll be shortstop and third base. But look, people been trying to tell me about the softball community out here and the softball scene out here in Sacramento. I'm ready, man.
You're ready to be the Deion Sanders
of
softball, as you said. What was that, a couple months ago?
Oh, yes, I will be. There's actually a crazy story. Texas Tech, they lost in the softball college World Series, but their coach, he had 3 girls and, kind of just coached them. Long story short, eventually got into coaching much later in life. And now he's a head coach for Texas Tech. Literally, it's go check the story. It's a great story, but literally it's my story, Kyle.
Being a coach of your girls' softball team and then becoming a college softball powerhouse.
That's right.
I believe in you, Allen.
So,
and the girls are relatively close enough in age that they could play in the same leagues or travel ball. I know that my brother was way better than me, but he was always playing up in our divisions because he was a tall pitcher who could throw a nasty circle change. And
I'm ready because, just like Deion, he ranks his kids. Kid rankings come out, and I told, baby Styles number 1, basically, dude, you're getting passed up, and baby number 2 is not even here yet because she's doing her toddler thing and she's crying and she's screaming. I'm thinking, dude, I told her, I said, my wife didn't like it, but I said, you are falling under baby number 2 in the rankings, and she's not even here yet.
She's doing more damage to her reputation.
It's the toddler thing, man. I'm in it.
Well, at least
she just falls on the ground and just starts wailing. Just wailing.
She's a crier.
It's all fake, though. It's all fake. She wants to go outside. Hey, it's not time to go outside. It's like somebody took her lollipop. She's on the ground. It's just, I disrespected her in the craziest way.
Yeah, you're not reinforcing bad behavior. That's good.
It's just, what are we doing, man? So right now, rankings, I would say my wife is at the top because we had a great Father's Day.
Your wife is in the rankings now?
The whole family is.
Yeah, but I feel like that's unfair. That's an unfair advantage for the kids.
You're right.
the wife being
The
in
cats are in the rankings too.
Okay, cats and children, they're pretty similar.
You're
but
right. Wife is always number one.
I was like, wifey's got an unfair advantage against the unborn
That's
child.
very, very true. So she's number one. She'll always be number one. But yeah, out of the non-wifeys, I would say, I think baby number two, she's just in the belly right now, just chilling.
Hasn't been any problems yet. So.
Yeah, baby Sal's number one. It's just, dude, you're embarrassing me, man.
Yeah, okay, so which cat is ahead of her?
Well, she's still ahead. Well, I don't know. I think OG cat Shasta, I think she might be ahead of baby Sal's number one. And then I'll have to say the names because this will just get too confusing now. Once we have baby number two, I'll do my name reveal.
You might have to do the toddler styles.
Yeah, that's right. Toddler styles need to figure it out. And these people need to figure it out as well, as it is time to play in style, out of style.
I didn't have them ready. Give me a second.
Come on. I teased it, Kyle. It's Monday, so we have some fun in style, out of style. We have Stephen A. Smith getting caught playing solitaire while being paid $100 million. He's on the clock, okay? He's never off the clock, but this man is on the clock. So we have Stephen A. Smith coming in. Tyler Hero just saying something that I feel. Thank you. Tyler Hero saying something that feels like something Kyle Ledbetter might say. These Gen Zers. And then we will end it with Will Smith, because man, oh man, Will Smith.
That Tyler Hero thing might be the meanest thing you've ever said to me.
Kyle, let's start with Stephen A. Smith getting caught playing solitaire. There are some different reports that said that he was only playing, or he said he was playing during timeouts. There's a video that looks like he is on his phone during the game. Around the same time, somebody took the picture. I don't know that if he spoke on it or not, but let's assume that it was during a timeout, just for fun, and to make it more of a question. In style, out of style, playing solitaire while at the NBA Finals, and you are Stephen A. Smith.
Well, it's technically in style because I think a lot of people would be losing their attention span would be so low that, like, oh, you check your phone and you got a text message. Oh, it's my turn in solitaire. I don't want to be rude. This other person, you're playing with someone else. You want to be respectful, play your turns. I'm just going to open the solitaire, make my turn, send it back to the next person, and then, check again in 2 minutes. I think Stephen A. Smith is more in style than we're giving him credit for in terms of all of our attention spans are just screwed.
Yeah, and look, if you can do what Stephen A. did, and I'm sure nobody said anything to him at ESPN, and he's still getting paid $100 million. If you can get paid $100 million to be on TV and to play solitaire, I feel like that's somehow in style, Kyle. I'm going to go with in style for Stephen A. Thank you. Number two, Tyler Hero is streaming, and I saw Miami Heat fans saying, so our foundational player is doing streams during the offseason. We are so cooked. And not only are they cooked because it's Tyler Hero, he is saying that he doesn't believe in history pre-1950. Here it is.
Think so?
Yeah, but I don't think he jumped 100.
Are you serious? I'm dead ass.
Wait, so you don't believe that happened like 200 years ago?
The moon landing. Hell no.
Wait, really?
What about the moon landing? No, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in anything that happened before 1950.
Wait.
Wait, now I'm thinking.
Nah.
Have you been bamboozled?
No. Like, okay, do you think the Earth's flat? What?
That's nothing to do with that, bro.
Do you think we'll ever go to Mars? Okay, so wait, you don't believe in something that happened like 200 years ago?
Yeah, like how do we know? Like how do we know? When did he come to America or the land or whatever?
True.
They said 1492.
But there's no way of really knowing if it was him. Could have been Bob.
Right.
I'm being that ass.
They're saying he's based.
I just got so much dumber.
I lost brain cells listening.
I just got so much dumber. That's your guy, but he's untouchable, huh, Miami?
Yeah, because he shoots 3-pointers and yells at Darius Garland and dates famous people.
Wow. He's untouchable.
I think my favorite joke of the weekend was on this video, and then one of those those aforementioned Miami Heat fans quote tweeted it and said, "Pat Riley was born in 1945."
Ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
The whole thing is so silly. So I'm confused. So his idea is before 19. I'm sad. I'm gonna try and dissect this.
What are you even gonna say here?
So the idea is like things pre 1950, people weren't there, so therefore, how do we know that they actually happened? Even though there are people alive today.
Yeah, that's how we're here, though.
Yeah, but he's saying, like, you don't actually know.
Well, we don't know. Yeah, I mean, we don't know, I guess, who it actually was, but we know stuff happened.
Right, but, like, he's making the point, like, okay, 500 years ago, Christopher Columbus arrived on, I think he called it the land, and, like, of course we know that like there's documentation that it happened. It does. Anyways, the whole thing made me lose brain cells.
Kyle, I'm looking at the text line here. I think I was getting ready for the Tyler Hero cut, but I think I did hear this too. Did you say that Stephen A may have been playing solitaire against someone?
Well, I assume, isn't that
solitaire is by yourself?
Oh,
solitaire. It's called solitaire. This is the Tyler Hero stuff I'm talking about with you.
Oh, I assumed it was one of those apps where you're playing against someone.
I thought I heard that, and I was gonna let it go.
Wait,
but then the text line said, "Wait, did Kyle just say he was playing against someone?"
Wait, so he was playing by him? He was just playing solitaire?
Solitaire, you play it by yourself.
Oh, it's a one-person game?
It's a one-person game. Maybe there's a two-person version of it that maybe he was playing.
Wait, why didn't he just... Never mind.
Solitaire is what you play when you're just at home or when you're just bored.
Solitary, I get it now. Yeah.
When you're just bored.
I get it. So I'm not a big card person, you know?
Apparently. It's these Gen Zers. Who is that, the 916? Yeah, it's these Gen Zers, man.
I don't believe in history. I don't believe in solitaire, honestly. Just
I don't play against yourself.
It just doesn't exist. Yeah. Solitaire is not real.
All right, and last but not least, we got to check when this guy was born. I don't know if Will Smith is going through. Speaking of boredom, maybe Will Smith is just bored. Or I don't know if he's going through a midlife crisis. But Will Smith has decided, because everybody was asking for it. Will Smith has decided to come back into the rap game, and he's been getting fried for some of these freestyles that he's been doing, and he doesn't care. And now he put out a song with a music video, and I'll just let you listen here. You know what?
You just rhymed tonight with tonight?
Wow. Enough.
Okay, yeah, I gotta turn this off. Jesus.
I'm about to do some investing.
Did
he rhyme investing with bestie?
Look, you were in when it was the beat, which, by the way, I think that's not an original beat. That I've heard that somewhere before. But you were in when it was the beat, and he was just saying, "I like pretty girls," and it just got worse from there. Once he actually tried to start rapping, it just went downhill.
No, there's a freestyle out. We have to find this for tomorrow where he says,
like pretty girls.
Something. I just took the beat and then I chewed it. I took the beat or something. He's talking about chewing it, and he's getting fried. Can I just hear the investing? Can you fast forward to the investing line, please?
I can find it real quick. But
I need to hear the investing line. I'm about to do some investing.
Did he also rhyme tonight with tonight?
Probably. Just start from the verse. Please, I need it. I need to hear.
Is that pose?
Twice.
So pose with toes.
And then pose again.
About to do some investing.
Again. Yeah.
I like pretty. About to do some investing. Hold up. Wait. Pose. I'm about to do some investing.
Besting.
I'll spend it on you and your bestie.
So investing and bestie.
You pose. Make one phone call. You involve.
So he did pose and Vogue and then toes and pose? Wow, that is Jesus.
Yeah, out of style. I'm sorry, Will. I still watch Bel Air though. I still watch it. All right.
Do some investing.
Whitey Gleason joins us next to close out the show.
I believe Whitey Gleason may be on vacation.
Whitey Gleason is joining us to close out the show when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
About to do some investing.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the product, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, brightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the latest class of the A's Hall of Fame will be inducted before the A's play the Reds on September 13th. And what a group, including longtime A's broadcaster Monty Moore and the big three, Hudson, Mulder, and Zito. And when those guys pitch together in the A's rotation over a 5-year span, their combined records, 234 and 119.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland.
Shad. Tell me what's happening for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event.
Anyone can get you employee pricing, but at Hoblet, it's all about the plus you can only get here. Save up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 crew cabs. One of the many reasons we are the #1 Ram truck dealer in California.
But why do you think Hoblet's consistently California's #1 Ram truck dealer?
You won't find a better price on the Ram truck you need. And with 500 new Rams available, no one has a better selection. Plus, being a fifth-generation family-owned dealer, you get the big city selection and savings with the small town service, and we have 7 Walter P. Chrysler Service Awards to prove it.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
16,000 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 1500 Laramie after 6,000 factory rebates and 10,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 2,500 select inventory bonus cash, 500 on the job upfit, must show eligible upfit. Employee pricing factored into dealer discount, 5% savings, sample VIN 711632. See dealer for details.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Get a great deal on your new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore. Great selection, great factory financing and incentive, and great Maida Chevy savings on every new Silverado in stock. Online at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Sorry, y'all. Kyle was in here, and I found the eat the beat and chew it, and Kyle lost it. So we're trying to find that for you before we close out the show. As the Pacers and the Thunder, anytime I think the Pacers don't have a chance, it's normally when they win. They did get their butts whooped that game too, though, so we'll see what happens. I don't see the Thunder losing this game. I really think that they just kind of tricked off the situation. I'm double checking what the spread is.
Oh, do we want to guess the spread?
Yes. Do you don't have it though, right, Kyle?
I don't have it up yet, but we can guess it.
Okay. Well, I just saw it right now. All right. You go ahead and guess, Kyle.
I will guess. I think the Thunder are going to be pretty heavy favorites. I'll say Thunder 8.5.
9.5.
9.5. Wow.
9.5. And now people are having some fun in the Sack chat at Will Smith expense. Kyle, do you have it?
Yes, that's what I'm laughing about.
Okay,
yes,
just play that little clip. This is what I was trying to tell Kyle about. This has gone viral. Will Smith sat down and did a freestyle, and if you're just joining the show, we played In Style, Out of Style, and Will Smith put out a song, and it was not good. It was pretty bad.
Well, ask me how I do it. I just bite off more than I can chew. Then I chew it.
That's crazy.
Well, ask me how I do it. I just bite off more than I can chew. Then I chew it.
Wait, keep playing it because there's the action star part.
Then I chew it. Yeah, y'all jokers thought I blew it.
I'm not going to play any further because I don't know if he curses.
Oh, my goodness.
I just a pen out the...
even though I'm an action star, so bad.
That's crazy.
Then I chew it.
I can't believe you hadn't seen that, but
then I chew it.
Yeah, thank you. Will.
I'm not on the TikTok, man. I don't know.
No, he's getting fried.
Then I chew it.
That Chris Rock thing really does bother him. Like I think he obviously his reputation's kind of not been the same ever since then. I think he's really bothered by.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, funny enough, didn't Jason say celebrity birthdays isn't today's Tupac's heavenly birthday?
Yeah.
And the whole situation with Jada, and it's just rough sledding for Will Smith.
Yeah, but even before that, right? Like the Jada stuff, I think he kind of like his reputation wasn't bothered by it. Like what was the podcast that they did where he was getting clowned with the meme where she's talking about
yes.
See, yes. I can't say what the thing is, right? But that didn't bother him, right? Like being the meme didn't bother him. The fact that he can't be mainstream after slapping Chris Rock, I think that bothers him.
It's all connected. It's all connected. And now he's getting back into rapping and will. It's rough sledding. Then he chewed it. It gets worse too. Because Kyle didn't get to listen yet, but trust me, it's bad. It is bad. All right.
And even though I'm an action star.
It's bad, man. It's bad. And it's as bad as I think it's going to be.
What's also crazy is on the video, he's like staring into cameras. Like,
he's killing it.
So there's different camera angles and he's like looking at the cameras as if he's like, oh, get ready for this bar I'm about to drop as I stare into camera 3.
Oh my goodness.
and say for everybody to hear.
Ridiculous.
Off more than I can chew, then I chew it.
No, Will, stop. Just stop, Will.
Bite off more than I can chew, then I chew it.
Just stop, Will.
That's crazy.
Then I chew it. Well, look, I'll tell you this much. I want to count out the Pacers, but every time I do that, they seem to win. One thing, Kyle, as good, and I know it's tough sledding because you're matched up against Shea all night, but if they lose the series, I'm going to have to go back and look at Andrew Nembhard's numbers. I know you got to get scoring from somewhere else, and I know Whitey Gleason, who, by the way, is out today. I know Whitey Gleason, huge as far as Andrew Nembhard is concerned, and I like him too. And it's not Harrison Barnes bad, but Andrew Nembhard, he's missing open shot after open shot. And I get it. You're matched up on, you know why I would more so, I can't even talk seriously with this playing. You know why I would more so put Nesmith, I know Nesmith had a huge game, the 6 threes against the Knicks, but I would put Nesmith on Shea more because you might need a little bit more offensively from Andrew Nembhard. That dude is clank master flex right now because he's running around guarding Shea all day.
Look, just make your pick, man. This music in the background, you're not going to be able to make a serious point.
I'm going to take the Thunder, man. I'm going to take the Thunder.
Yeah, I've realized the game. Sorry, it's so stupid. Game 4 made me realize not only do I believe the Thunder are going to win, I want the Thunder to win, and I believe in this Thunder team. I think they're going to win tonight, and this thing might be going 7.
Yeah, I think the Thunder are going to win, which means the Pacers will probably win in the last 2 minutes. Thank you for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Thank you all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thank you to Kyle. Thank you to Will Smith. Thank you to... If you texted in merch, be sure to continue to do so. Your chance to win DeMar DeRozan signed jersey. Draft guys coming up next. No Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Until tomorrow, let's go back. Like me.